Seconds to go.
Good morning, everyone. I declare this Kempsey Council meeting open. It is the 19th of March 2024. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. Please ensure all devices, like mobile phones, are in silent mode. And I welcome our visitors from Kempsey NSW. Thank you very much. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Scott Butterfield, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Kenny Ring, Councillor Anthony Patterson, Councillor Arthur Bain, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, and we have an absence of Councillor Kerry Riddington, which we'll acknowledge in a moment. Council staff in attendance are Mr. Craig Milburn, General Manager, Mr. Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, Mr. Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Group Manager Governance and Informations, and Ms. Sian Hunter, Governance Officer. I would like to remind all councillors of the need to conduct ourselves with respect for the decision-making process that is to be expected in council meetings. For those watching, that councillors will be accessing the meeting agenda documents on their laptops and sometimes making notes on the debate. Councillors are doing their best to be informed on the decisions they make. With that, we will now commence the meeting. Councillor Saul, would you give us the opening prayer, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'll recite the Lord's Prayer for Council. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Save us from a time of trial and deliver us from evil. Amen.
Amen. We'll have an acknowledgement of country now by Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Thungutty Dungutty Nation. We pay respect to elders past and present. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. We also welcome and acknowledge any other Aboriginal or Torres Strait Island people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. We're doing acknowledgement of service men, women and families. Councillor Patterson, please.
Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian servicemen and women and their families in particular, those who gave their lives for the freedoms those who gave their lives in defence of the freedom we enjoy today.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We have an apology from Councillor Kerry Riddington, our Deputy Mayor. Would someone like to move that we accept that? Councillor Saul, thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? Declare apology accepted. Thank you. We now move to item 4 on our agenda, confirmation. The recommendation is the meeting of Kempsey Shire Council dated 20th February 2024 be confirmed. Move. Councillor Bain. Seconder, please. Councillor Butterfield. Anyone wish to speak to it? I'll quickly speak to it. I would hope that all of you have read those and forwarded them or forwarded any amendments to Mr. Thorogood. I noticed there was a missing part of it at the beginning of the minutes that were sent out to us as draft. And I forwarded that to Mr. Thorogood, and that has been included in the draft minutes that we have just voted in or voted on, or about to vote on, I should correcting myself. There's no dissent. Declare that carried. And I welcome our delegation of students from St. Paul's. Thank you. Still expecting students from Kempsey High School. We now move to item 6, disclosures of interest. We had 3 people make disclosures last night. Council, Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, disclose a significant pecuniary interest in item 12.4 as it relates to my interim performance review, and I'll leave the chamber while that is being discussed.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wish to declare an interest, please, in 9.1, the local traffic committee minutes, and also, Mr. Mayor, 12.3, which is a land acquisition. The reason being, I have a business in the CDB of Kempsey.
And you're declaring non-significant, non-pecuniary.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Patterson.
Just declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 10.5, Spooners Avenue, in relation to the tarring, where I actually live on the tarred section of Spooners Avenue.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor White, please.
Thank you. Conflict of interest, non-pecuniary, non-significant on 10.9. As when I read these business papers, come to my attention that I know the gentleman in question. I know the gentleman who owns that property through my professional life, not my council life.
That's all. And you intend to leave the meeting? Or stay?
I'm not
It's up to
entirely
you.
sure. I would, because if there's some discussion around some of those issues, I would like to listen. So can I make my mind up later?
You sure can.
Okay.
It's totally a decision of each councillor whether they stay or leave a meeting when they've declared an interest. Thank you.
I don't know. I mean, I don't have anything to do with him anymore. I just did.
It is your decision. Thank you. We have no further declarations. None. Thank you very much. Item 7, items passed by exception. As per usual, there are listed items there now on the screen. Anyone who wishes to remove any of them may do so, and then we will have questions on the remaining ones. And during questioning, if you decide that you now want to withdraw one, you may do that as well. So first of all, are there any withdrawals of any of those items passed by exception on that list? Councillor White, please.
9.1, local traffic.
Yes.
10.3, the report on social media. And I've
Excuse me.
sorry, 11.3.
11.3, you confused me. Thank you.
Yeah. The report on social media.
Yes.
And have some questions and 10.11 Crescent Head Holiday Park Shed.
Righto, thank you. Good.
And questions on others.
Yes. Okay. So clarify, Councillor Wyatt.
Yes.
Councillor Wyatt, on 11.3, the delegates report on social media for councillors. You have 2 choices there. You can be wanting to speak on it, or you can't amend the delegates report because the report is by a councillor. So you only wish to speak on it, and that can be withdrawn then. Okay.
Oh, a discussion on it.
Well, it doesn't need to be withdrawn if you only want to ask a question.
Okay. I still withdraw 9.1 local traffic committee because I do want to discuss that.
Yes.
And 10.11 Crescent Head Holiday Park because I do want to discuss that.
Yes.
And I have questions on a few others. Withdraw first.
Thank you very much. Any further withdrawals? If not, we'll then move on to the questions. I'll start with a question to the General Manager. We have 10.9, 10.11 and 10.8. There's 10.8. These costs that council had to bear, and you'll see that the reasons why those monies have been costed to our deficit. Mr. General Manager, what's happening to make sure, as much as possible, to ensure that these mistakes don't happen again? Thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Clearly, with an organisation this size, at times with the literally tens of thousands of transactions we're undertaking every week, at times mistakes will be made. In relation to 10.8, the write-off of standing debt, this was more really a timing matter. It's been claimed to an insurance, through a third party to an insurance company for works that we had done in relation to traffic control for a road accident. We may still be able to get that debt within the next 6 years and recover that. However, this report comes up to allow us to actually deal with it as writing it off, so it's no longer on our actual books. The completion of works on private land, certainly it's the only time that there's been an error like that. Certainly in my time here, we have now ensured that the processes have been improved, and while you can never guarantee 100% that humans won't make errors, we're very confident that similar error won't be made because of the changes in the improvement process, in the processes we've made in relation to that. And likewise with the shed at Crescent Head, there's certainly been lessons learned, I think, from that we will be applying. And there's already been discussions on another item we're dealing with, and we actually refer back to making sure we don't go through the same process, that, yeah, we tick the boxes before we get there.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. That was in the interest of transparency. I asked that question. Council is not trying to hide the fact that we make mistakes. Councillor Bain, do you have any questions on any of the items still in the items passed by exception?
Yeah, I'd like to just get some understanding of. So this is related to question 10.8, the write-off of outstanding debt, and I'm talking about the $17,000, two lots in there. I'm talking about the one for $17,000. Do we? I'd just like to understand how that contracting works when we're, there's been a traffic crash, and is North Coast Towing, are they a contractor to us, or what's our relationship with them, please?
Thank you. Mr. Thorogood, please, will have an answer for us.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the best way that we could categorise that in this situation is North Coast Towing are doing us a favour as such in these sorts of circumstances. So when we go out and attend traffic motor vehicle accidents, whether that is through traffic control or whether that's damage to our infrastructure, our actual right to recover under the law is against the at-fault driver. What the towing company does for us, because they recover their towing costs, is they very kindly will pass on invoices to the insurers from council and recover those costs for council whilst they're recovering their costs as well. So whilst there's one figure there for 17,000, that relates to 3 motor vehicle accidents that they attended back in 2020. And they were cases where we were unable to have the invoices to them in order to recover from the insurer in time. There are still other options potentially for council to recover, and it's noted in the report, I believe, that this doesn't necessarily mean that we cannot pursue these debts. I would say they're very doubtful. In motor vehicle accidents in general, in more cases than not, we don't know who did the damage or they're uninsured, and if they don't have sufficient assets to pay, then we end up expending a lot of money pursuing an uninsured driver for money that they don't have to pay us at the end of the day anyway. But yeah, so the relationship, while they're named in the report because they're the person the invoice is made out to, they're doing us a favour in recovery from insurers.
Okay, thanks very much for that clarification. And there was an error in getting invoices in time. Is that correct?
Sorry.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't necessarily classify it as an error. In these cases, this happened during the time we were transitioning from Civic View to SynergySoft for financials, and the invoices were delayed because we needed to manually reconcile the hours worked against the invoices rather than that being an automated process. So that was a one point in time thing where we were running across two different financial systems for payroll and everything else. Now that we're fully transitioned into SynergySoft, those processes are automated and there's no human intervention in reconciling those figures.
Thank you very much for that, because that's clarified for me. Well, that is not a situation that will occur again. Can I ask?
Further question? Yes.
Yep, my next question would be on 10.9, the works on private land. Do we have any insurance to cover situations like that for to protect to manage that risk?
Yeah.
Mr. Thorogood, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Council carries professional indemnity insurance, which would cover Council in the event that there was actually a claim from a third party against Council for its error. So if this had have progressed further and been a case where somebody purchased a piece of land, was disadvantaged by that purchase because of Council's error, and they had a claim in tort against Council for that damage, then our professional indemnity insurance would respond to that particular claim. In this case, we picked it up earlier than that and identified it before there was a claim against Council, before one had materialised. In which case, under the circumstances, Council having knowledge of the error would have meant that we would not necessarily be indemnified against a future claim if we had not acted in good faith in rectifying that error at the time. So we're not covered in this particular circumstance, strangely enough, because we detected the error early, but we do carry professional indemnity insurance for these types of instances in the usual course.
No, thank you very much for that. And could, through you, Mr. Mayor, the GM's told us that there have been changes in procedure. Can we have like a little bit of an indication of what those changes might be
In relation
to ensuring that that situations like this don't occur in future? I mean, I absolutely understand there can't be 100% guarantee, but I also believe that we, as an organisation, we want to be engaged in continuous improvement. Things happen, but we need to learn from those and get and continually be improving our processes.
So that's your question, and it's on 10.9. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. In this particular case, what occurred was a very, very experienced staff member was dealing with signing off an approval for work that had been done. As councillors know, at that time, in those areas, our planning and approval staff were incredibly under the pump to get work. They received certification from an experienced consultant who they'd worked with for many years, private consultant, who had signed off and said the work had been done. Under normal circumstances, they would go and actually site check that. In this particular case, they trusted the information they'd received and chose not to do that, when in fact they really should have. And what we found was, while the consultant had signed off on it, the work hadn't been completed to the required standard. So we are making sure that what happens now is that every time we go out and do the site-specific thing, we don't trust the consultants.
Thank you for that clarification. And I've got, and again, it's almost the same question, but on 10.11, the shed relocation. How can we ensure that this? Again, Mr. General Manager, you've said that there are strategies. Could you outline that through you, Mr. Mayor? Is it possible to outline the strategies?
Bain, that has been withdrawn, so it's going to be coming up.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's it from me for questions. Oh, no, sorry, I've got questions on the statement of cash and investments as well. Maybe someone else wants to come back to me.
Councillor Wyatt and then Councillor Ferguson, please.
I will go back to, I might start numerically. The Slim Dusty Centre. Does the Crown Land provide funding to assist in managing any of that land, particularly the bushland there? Because I'm just looking at the purple, you've got the infrastructure in the middle, but there's quite a bit around the outside. Does Crown Lands provide any assistance to manage any of that land?
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, no. There are opportunities to access funds through the Crown Land through the CREF, or the Crown Reserves Improvement Fund, which is I guess a competitive grant application process. If councillors resolve in accordance with the recommendation in the report, what that will enable us to do is not just avoid the rental that we'd have to pay at the moment, which is the $18,000 per annum. It'll also mean that the revenue that gets generated from the holiday parks, so our 5 holiday parks, those revenues can be spent on any of the Crown reserves for which council's Crown Land manager. If we become the Crown Land manager for this parcel of land, then it means that we then are able to access those funds if there are things that need to happen on that parcel of land.
Thank you. A further question?
Yeah, on the same issue, is there a reserve fire management plan for that bushland there? Is there like a fire management plan for that area, or how is fire managed on that land?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell will take that on notice, Councillor White. Thank you.
And the same question, and the same applies to, is there an ecological restoration or bushland management plan for there to manage weeds?
And that will be on notice as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yep.
Good question. We'll need to know. Thank you.
And that is something that you said we could take up if council became Crown Land manager of that. You could look at actually not only managing the infrastructure there and being responsible for the building, but you could also be responsible for the management of that bushland and fire protection.
Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor,
Mr. General Manager?
Within available resources.
With grants, yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
not our funds, grants.
Further question, Councillor White?
I'm thinking just a couple of questions on 10.7. I'm not sure whether we should bring it out, but the first question, I'll go the easiest one first. School leaders workshop. The people that I was working with brought to our attention about young drivers, about what a lens of a young driver. And I'm pleased to say that Councillor Reddington, I think, took the issue to the Traffic Management Committee. But I'm wondering, in the assessment process, my suggestion is that like road assessment can also be viewed through the lens of a P-plate driver, about the visibility on the road, nighttime driving on country roads, road conditions. And I wonder whether our assessors can either take some newer drivers out with them, or teenagers of staff, or how can we, and so we can all say, yeah, we can look through the lens, but we're actually not drivers been driving for 12 months. So I'm wondering, is that possible to include P-plate drivers in the assessments on country roads?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we certainly do have trainees and cadet engineers on board, as well as trainee staff in other areas relating to this. So it is certainly possible that, it's reality that they would often be taken on-site visits to understand how an assessment is undertaken, and also ask for their input. We can have a look through the traffic committee, and also through our design team to sort of formalise that in some way. But yeah, there is definitely an opportunity to have young drivers go out and undertake assessments or be part of the assessment process.
Oh, I think that would be really valuable. Thank you for that consideration.
And
just
Mr. General Manager wants to add as well, Mr. General Manager.
Just so council is aware that the recommendation, if it's adopted, endorses the strategy as it is and supports the implementation of the plan. So anything that Mr. Jackson referred to would be what we'd be doing going forward, but this is actually endorsed the strategy as it is.
Yeah, I just recall something in the strategy about conducting assessments, and I'm just whether we can. And I think it's a great idea, and I thank the answer as a parent of P-plate drivers, and also just listening to them. Long time since I started driving, and we don't look through the lens of a new driver. So thank you. And the second question is around, and I'm not sure whether we should bring this out or just leave it here, is the question from the speaker last night was something along the lines of, I just wrote it down.
In relation to which?
Sorry, 10.7. Yeah, that the business paper needs a summary or an appraisal. So can you outline the process used by Kempsey Shire Council to inform, brief, engage with, seek input, provide feedback to councils on strategic planning matters? notwithstanding that there is always room, there's always room for improvement through a lessons learnt type process. But I sort of felt that there was an impression that bang, here it is, and there's nothing that goes on to brief councillors. So can you just outline the process used to do all that?
We will. Thank you. Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor. With any strategy document that council gets to the point where it literally is presented to them as this is today, there's a lot of work that goes on both by the staff and the councillors in getting to this. The first thing normally it's actually included in the DPOP, our delivery program and operational plan. So councillors have actually adopted the position saying let's develop that strategy. And in the process of developing a strategy, whether it's a road and safety strategy, whether it's a biodiversity, sustainability strategy, some of our plans of management, those sorts of documents, the councillors will be briefed anything, 2, 3, 4 times on those as they progress through their various stages of development. So they're well involved in that discussion. They're across the content of it. They've been spoken to by the staff with the expertise in those areas in their briefing sessions through that before it gets to the point where you're actually considering it today. So the councillors do have, generally a pretty good detailed knowledge of any strategy well before it actually arrives here. And then obviously we will also, after the public forum, each Monday night before a council meeting, we actually go through the business paper again with the councillors and take any more questions and clarify for them any other questions they may have in relation to any strategy or any actual report that's actually there. So the councillors are quite heavily involved in the development of those strategies as we go through right from day one, from initially adopting a position to develop a strategy right through to actually adopting them.
Thank you. Is that it, Councillor White? You have another question? Microphone, please.
Right. I had similar questions about the evaluation process, but I'll save those for the Crescent Head this discussion. Just a very brief one on the ARIC 10.10. Yeah. So the changes 10.10.
Yes.
Is it ARIC? Yeah. The internal audit charters. So I sort of read that the changes in those two documents, which are shown in track changes, are quite minor. And I did have a look at the guidelines. 109 pages is quite a long document to read, and I would love to see bureaucracy simplify its communication so that it's accessible, inclusive to everyone who wants to read a 109-page document. But the other part of that is there's a template there to look at a risk management framework, which looks a bit like a cut and paste. So in that situation, what does a risk management framework look like, and how is that different to the current situation? Or do you want to take that on notice? Yeah.
Mr. General Manager?
Just take it in note. So I should have asked it before.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we'll try and just answer briefly, and Mr. Thorogood might have some more information. So Council looking at today is just those simple minor changes in the actual charter.
Yeah.
We do have a very substantial strategic risk management framework, which we've spoken probably last month, the month before, to councillors about. And it's quite detailed, looking at those strategic risks, and that links into with our insurance companies. As what Mr. Thorogood wants to add a little bit more to the that situation.
Mr. Thorogood, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So answering, I guess, the question about what does our risk management framework look like? Yeah, it's asking us to develop a risk management framework that meets the guidelines, and it is our view that our framework currently substantially does already meet those guidelines. So whilst we're reviewing it, it's not a redesign of a new framework from the ground up. So you've got the ARIC charter sits at the top, and obviously the ARIC who supervises risk amongst the other functions that they supervise. That's operationalised though through us having a policy and a procedure and a handbook on managing risks. The key document from their point of view is the Corporate Strategic Risk Management Plan, which is where we identify the risks which threaten the very existence of council, that threaten our ability to deliver our functions. So those risks are monitored and reported to the ARIC twice per year. They are also, some of those, monitored by our external auditors as well, who both report through to council in different ways. So that's essentially how the framework works at a strategic level.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a couple of quick questions on item 11.4, the Bushfire Management Committee, and it's possibly through to Councillor Bain, if I may.
Yes.
Just wanted a bit more clarification, probably just for those that are listening, regarding the farm fire unit program. Good.
Councillor Bain?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the farm fire program is a new pilot project, and it allows farmers to use unregistered vehicles to respond to fires in their immediate area. The vehicles are basically farm vehicles, and there's a little bit of confusion that it has to permanently have firefighting equipment on them. It doesn't actually have to be permanent. It can be slip on, slip off, but it has to be well secured. Part of the reason that one of the New South Wales Farmers Association had some concerns that the public are well informed about, because there may be unregistered vehicles on the road when there's a fire emergency in the area. So the Farmers Association, New South Wales farmers, were really keen that the public gets educated and this gets brought to the public's attention. Also about safe burning, because there's a lot more in our rural areas, and they have less experience of fire than some of the older hands, and they again, Farmers Association would be interested in, and the Bushfire Management Committee would be interested in working in partnership with Council to get information out, potentially when we send out rates notices, that we could liaise with the RFS and send out documentation. So those are two key issues that public awareness is really important: safe management of fire, and also being aware that there'll be unregistered vehicles on the roads during a fire emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Any further questions? No. Any other questions? Councillor Patterson, please.
Got a couple of questions. First one is 10.6, the Slim Dusty Centre. At what cost now? At what cost now to council?
Thank you.
To pay for land management to the Crown lands? And on top of that question, would council look to possibly acquire the land outright, that parcel, to save on those ongoing costs, because they will be ongoing? And is council making a cost saving in doing this? Where are we? Doing this action in 10.6.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Yep, I'll get Mr. Mitchell to respond first.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, alluded to earlier, if council is resolved in accordance with the recommendation, then we will save $18,000 a year straight up. And I guess the other benefit, as I mentioned, was that it does enable us to be able to fund out of the Holiday Parks Reserve further work or cover other expenditure that may be required in relation to this parcel of Crown land, if we were to be the Crown land manager. We will, and as the report alludes to, we will consider in the future potentially acquiring this site. What we're suggesting, and as the report says, is that this is an appropriate interim step, and maybe where we only get to at least become the Crown land manager, because of those reasons that I alluded to, in that they will immediately deliver a cost saving and also enable us to access not just funds through our own restricted reserves, but as I mentioned before, potentially grants through the Crown Reserve Improvement Fund, which is an annual grant program as well.
Councillor Patterson, another question?
Next question. 10.8, I'd just seek advice from the General Manager, if I could, of a possible amendment to that in relation to the outstanding monies that, on registration of vehicles, the state government making representation to them that vehicles that aren't insured should not really be registered, because that's where some of that monies has been from, and also it's not council that's in charge of the registration, and it's state government like Service New South Wales that's in charge of the information of those vehicle owners and vehicles themselves. I was wondering if an amendment that council makes representation to the state government of that fact that you can register your car without having it insured, which then puts costs onto a third party, which we are at the moment, we are the third party. Do you understand that?
No.
No.
Well, I can't answer it if I could, Councillor Patterson. If your car's not registered, it can't be insured. And I've found that out from experience with my mother's car. She thought she had registered it and had it. She had paid the insurance, but it still wasn't insured because it wasn't registered.
Yeah.
Even though she'd paid the insurance. So that's the situation. I don't think we can change the law.
No, I'm not asking to change the law. My thing is you can register a car that is not insured.
You can
register a car. Yeah. My mother's car was written off by someone who was uninsured, and that cost was borne by myself actually looking after the car for her. So that's my question to you: is it worthwhile an amendment to make representation to the state government that you can register a car that's not insured, because we are the third party that has now through ratepayers' funds paid that fine.
You've got to have third party. But Mr. General Manager will add to that. Thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I understand what you mean now. It may be something that you may wish to bring up. It's actually need to be introduced as new business because it's not actually related to this report. So it would need to come up as new business.
Right, no worries at all. Next question.
Yes.
Okay, so we had a speaker last night on 10.7 road safety.
Yeah.
Road safety. I'm just going to ask a question about road safety. The state government is the actual licensor of vehicles, drivers of vehicles. They are the registration law of the vehicles. They make the road rules. They also make fines, etc. We as a council have a local traffic committee that works with the Service New South Wales, the Police Highway Patrol, and also representation by a state local member has a representative and a councillor that all give feedback to and give direction to council on road safety matters. So I'm just trying to address the fact that last night we had a speaker that said that we have no real direction in our road safety plan, and I was going to ask Mr. Mike Moore to that.
Mr. Jackson, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess those statements, I think, rather than Service New South Wales, it's Transport for New South Wales representative, but fundamentally all of that was correct. Yeah, council has the role to try to implement and advocate for, as the strategy points out, a lot of it is trying to develop and roll out programs of education and advocacy as well as works. So the aim of the traffic committee is to look at known safety issues and to assess whether or not proposals to rectify those issues and can be supported. The committee also refers things like speed zones, etc., New South Wales to assess. So yeah, the road, in terms of consultation across the board, not only do we have those state members and council, those key stakeholders in delivery of development of this road safety strategy, there was also a concerted effort to get out to the community through both street stalls and actually contacting people who had contacted council regarding various traffic matters over the years directly and offering them the chance, whether they were favourable or unfavourable to council, and the chance to get involved on the basis that they had an interest in that. So a very proactive approach was taken by our officers, in addition to just the Your Say Macleay type of work, to actually target people who'd shown an interest in traffic matters and to get their response to support this strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion,
Procedural
a
motion.
procedural motion to have 10.1 dealt with now, as some of the students have assessments and need to get back to school.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that? Councillor Ferguson. Is there any dissent? We don't have any dissent, so will now happen. We'll bring 10.1 forward. 10.1 has a recommendation. We need to move and second and resolve for that to happen. The recommendation is that the council receives presentations from school leaders of Kempsey Shire High Schools and colleges. That moved by Councillor Ring. Thank you. And we have a seconder, Councillor Ferguson. Any dissent? That's adopted. Thank you. We will now welcome our 3 schools that are here. The students are having their eyes opened on how slow things seem to work when you're having democracy happening in front of you, but it all serves a purpose. So yeah, your eyes are opened if you haven't been here before, and I think most of you have said before in the workshop you haven't seen this happening. Maybe you should have a student council meeting that goes like this. Anyway, we're going to hear from the 3 schools. We'll hear from St Paul's first, and school and Kempsey Adventist School, and you'll have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and we will have councillors who have been listening avidly, I'm sure, to ask some questions of you on your presentation. So the students we have from St Paul's College, Hill, Brianna O'Donnell, Isabel Preston and Mia Quinn, if they'd like to come forward when you're ready, and you'll have to turn the microphone on as we practiced.
Daniel's bringing,
Yep.
and Daniel's going to bring the presentation clicker for you.
So do I just click this? Right. Cheers. Thank you. Alrighty. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, and all seated here today. My name is Mia Quinn, and here with me today are Brianna O'Donnell, Isabel Preston, and Ollie Hill. We are privileged to be representing St Paul's College. Today we'll be speaking about our concerns regarding the lack of staff sector of Kempsey. We are fully aware that the council does not have control over the health department, as that is government's role. As you may know, our school's motto is "Let your light shine." Let your light shine is an expression that encourages individuals to showcase their unique talents, abilities, and positive qualities to the world. It means to be true to yourself, embracing your strengths and not being afraid to stand out and make a positive impact on others. Our school is striving to offer the best for young people to pursue their dreams. As you can see on our slide, here are some students learning these skills to go and take it into the medical field. These courses consist of human services, biology, and community family studies and childcare. I will now pass on to Brianna.
Thank you, Mayor. She has stated that the issue that we'll be discussing is our concerns on the lack of in the medical sector of Kempsey. In Kempsey at the moment, it is extremely difficult to be a healthcare professional, and you have to be on a waiting list for up to months at a time, or even travel out of town or forgo medical care. We have done a basic breakdown of the payment required for a young nurse to live their everyday life. On the left-hand side, we have all the basic categories, and on the right-hand side, we have the amount due per year. If you take a look at the slideshow, there'll be a table that explains this. A first-year nurse lives on $65,000 per year. The first payment that you will see is car payments. They have to pay an amount of $10,754 a year. The next payment is your water and power bills. This adds up to $6,020 per year. The third payment is very important, groceries. Per year, you have to pay a minimum of $5,000 worth of groceries for one person. Next on the list is house and health insurance. The yearly payment for this is $4,140. The second last payment is your rent. Per year, you have to pay $6,960. The last payment is your miscellaneous payments. Per year, the average person spends $9,020 on themselves. From this, we can gather that the amount of money that a first-year nurse has left over is only $22,906 before taxes. On the slide, you can see that we have done the equation with taxes. From this table, we can see that the medical field does not have the best income for a young person who is wanting to save money and start a family and live a good life in the near future. They are willing to pay thousands upon thousands of dollars to have the education to pursue their career, but as soon as they are out of uni, they are left to drown on their own. Do you think this would make you want to keep pursuing your dreams? As a Shire, we need to change that and have a look at the bigger picture. I will now pass over to Isabel to discuss our solution with you.
Thank you, Brianna. Due to this issue, the four of us have come together to create a solution that we believe will help increase the medical staffing within the Shire. We have designed a scholarship that will be offered to all Year 12 students within the Shire each year, but only 4 students will be selected. The students who apply will have to go through a selection process. This process will consist of filling out a form with multiple questions about yourself. Following that, an interview will take place with the council, and then the council will make the decision of the 4 students afterwards. During the interview, the council will be looking for how you present yourself and your enthusiasm for the medical field. This scholarship will be offered every year to entice young people to come back to the Kempsey Shire. The requirements in applying for this scholarship are: the students need to have already applied for the university degree they want to go into. They are allowed to go to any university they wish, but have to agree to come back to the Kempsey Shire after their studies have been completed. HECS debts are one of the main things that students struggle with when finishing their studies. It can take young people that have finished university on average to 8 to 9 years to pay off their HECS debt. This is why one of our benefits of this scholarship will be whatever the individual has planned to pay forward to their HECS debt that year, the council will match it. This will give the individual a chance to pay off their HECS debt quicker and easier. This will continue until all their HECS debt is paid off. They will also receive benefits that last for 7 years after their studies, such as their water bill will be completely subsidised, they will have guidance in finding a living space, and a percentage of their rent will be deducted. We believe this scholarship will help these students find their place in the Shire and entice people to come back and stay for a long period of time. I will now pass on to Ollie.
As Mayor Brian, this issue isn't distant. It affects every member of our community. Residents of the Kempsey Shire face long waiting times for appointments or may forego medical attention altogether. We hope that the council takes note and initiates steps to help young people in achieving their goals and addressing the shortage of medical professionals in our Shire. Thank you for your time, and please consider our ideas.
Right, councillors, you've heard about the scholarship. Do anyone have questions? Councillor Patterson, please.
Hey, thank you guys for your great presentation. I just was wondering what is approximately your HECS debt if we look back at your costings?
$30,000.
30,000 for the whole debt that can be paid off over.
The life of your.
Is that paid off over a set time, or is that paid off? I don't have an HECS debt. Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, it would be roughly around that $20,000 to $30,000 mark for a health degree, and you would pay it off each year out of your weekly wage. An extra amount comes out attributed to HECS, and then at tax time of your HECS loan. Yes, and HECS is indexed with CPI. And
one other question: do you think that it would be the go if all those benefits were given, say, tried to be given to by council, but one of the things would be that you had to stay in the area, so to keep, that hard thing about keeping medical staff in the actual Kempsey Shire? Yeah, do you think that would be part of the strategy?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Butterfield and then Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I don't have so much as questions. I think it's a very, very good topic. daughter-in-law at the moment is actually doing a nurse's degree, we call it, and she travel to Kempsey and other places to do work placement, unpaid, having to pay for accommodation and the rest of it. On top of that, she's got a family, all your everyday expenses, living, along with same but different topic. My son, he's also doing teacher degrees, and he pushed that out so far because he's had to work, young family, and I think it's a good topic. If somehow we can get it off the ground, it'd be great. I think it's really good.
Agree with my family having a hard time.
Yeah. I just,
Thank you.
That's for me, not so much questions, but it's just a very good topic and a good argument, I think.
Thank you very much, Councillor Butterfield.
Yeah, reimagine and that's fantastic. I love that. That was very innovative. Like having and not just the dollar value, but those rebates. That's really innovative. A great HEX debt is a massive barrier to graduates. It used to be about 1% of your tax. That's huge, a massive barrier. Can you just thank your presentation and being really innovative and really bringing those issues up there? Because a long time since we were first year graduate force looking at how hard it is to deal with all those things. And I did a quick calculation that leaves probably potentially a 20-year-old with $100, $190 a week. There's no way. I can't do that. That doesn't leave any time for, the recreation, the play, the what can I spend on me,
Councillor White, we have a question.
My question is, yes, can you please the slide that you had of working with health service, can you outline what is that program? That looked, the first slide you had quite a few medical uniforms. What is that program?
The human services program. So it's a program thing. You can get a certificate 3 in aged care. If you complete that course, you have to do so many hours of work placement. You get taught about work health and safety, just everything that you would need to get your certificate 3 in aged care. I'm currently myself doing it. I've just left my work placement today to come and do this presentation. So
So that's that vocational pathway, is it?
Yeah, it's a vet course. Yeah.
Thank you.
No
Thank you very much, and I thank you all, people, for your presentation this morning, and we are taking on your ideas. Councillor Saul has thought of a question. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Students, well done presentation. I must say, it took a lot of guts to do that. So this morning is on accommodation. Now, in the Shire, accommodation is very precious for the population. Does the health service actually help with accommodation with students? I thought in the past they may have helped you, but can you tell me more?
Yeah, we're not quite sure on that one.
You can do what we do and just say, I'll take that on notice.
Take that one.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the Country University Centre, we have about 45 students studying health degrees, which is fantastic. But for example, we had one student just finish physio and she's now working in Coffs Harbour. So I guess for you, if you did a health degree, do you feel like there's opportunity for you here to live, to work and to, do you want to be able to stay here when you finish?
Yeah, personally, I would like to stay here because I'm a very big family person. I like being around my family. So I think just working around the area that I know and not having to branch out into different communities where I'm not so sure, like if I don't really know anyone, I think it's a really good area to be starting my health career in.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield again.
Yeah, thank you. This is just in relation to Councillor Saul's question about accommodation for medical staff here. They do currently have relief nurses and stuff like that. That is accommodation. I do know they put them up in places out south of Strocks, and also I think the hospital just across from the hospital near the car park is also a place for nurses. But as far as graduates or doing work placement, there's nothing I'm aware of.
So that was a question too that you're supporting, Councillor Saul. Thank you. Again, I thank each of you, Mia, Isabel, Brianna and Ollie for being here today. Great work, and we'll take it on board, and surely you've given us things to think about. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kempsey High School. We have Alex Ring and Alice McNee, and you don't have the quantity, but I'm sure you have the quality. But thank you for two of you being here today.
Yeah, sorry, we turned up a bit late. Our teacher was away sick, so we had to get here ourselves and get everything organised. So sorry about that. Hello, Council. I'm Alice McNee, and I'm school captain at Kempsey High School. I'm here today with Alex Ring, my other school captain. Today, we have come to the conclusion from input from the community, from a range of perspectives, both from our senior community members and extensive experience and knowledge and backgrounds. We've also gathered people's input from primary school students and other students from our school and multiple schools across the community. I'm very big in the community, and I like to go and talk to people and get their inputs on what they want to see, especially from youth, because I gather and we get so many questions from senior members of the community asking what we need and what we would like to see to bring us back here. Today, we've come up with the idea of a multicultural and multi-sports centre, like in Port. I know all of you will think, whoa, that is a big goal and maybe very hard to achieve. But we want to help develop and help any way we can to get this up and running. And my motto is, every problem has a solution.
So what is it? Well, obviously, first of all, it is a sports centre, so we'll have sports that we think that the community would want, like basketball or volleyball, gymnastics, etc. But also sports that aren't necessarily close to the valley, like archery, for example. It's also it's for multi-purpose as well. So we want the creative arts and music, dance, drama to be part of that as well in the big picture of the sports centre. Essentially, we want community engagement. We want all to be there, like workshops, seminars, performances, everything. We want this to be a hub for the youth in general. And it's not just, but that doesn't mean we just want it exclusive for the youth. We want everyone to be able to access this area and use it for what it's used for.
As Alex said, we want it to be a multicultural. In Port Macquarie, they have multiple sections of this centre, and it is used for a wide range of the community, bringing the community together and even have school events there from multiple schools across the Mid-North Coast. It can also be used for senior events where youth can get involved and learn about industry and get to know and experience seniors and work together as a community. Our values that we believe that this centre can help with is respect. We see the kids in this community, they need a purpose, they need a value. If they have something to go to, I know all these kids that, yes, they may get in a little trouble, but then they go play basketball and they're learning how to have respect, work with people in the community. So when they go into the workforce, they can have transferable skills and are developing their skills, but in something they value. So obviously they're not going to disrespect it because they value it. They value the opportunity and the belief that someone believes in them. It also is inclusiveness. It's not just for sporting. Everyone is welcome. We are very big on inclusiveness because this community shouldn't be segregated. It should be working as one. And we see this as a very big thing that can work as one. Teamwork, as I said, you learn how to teamwork, transferable skills, and it will be great for keynote speakers and having that area. Even functions, like if you get a little kids, like get little kids in there learning and having keynote speakers, I think is very, very valuable. And passion, drive and discipline. This centre, you will learn passion, stick with your passion, and discipline and stick with what you love. And I think that is very good to be into the workforce.
Now, this is all good, but it needs to be accessible as well. And we've thought of, there are places like the old Bunnings warehouse where we could transform, reuse that in a sense, to turn it into the multicultural and multi-purpose sports centre. It doesn't necessarily have to be a reuse spot, but we believe that it would be cheapest to use a reuse spot. And another thing with accessibility is that it needs to have buses there. We're talking buses from after school to the sports centre, so the kids can actually use this sports centre as it's intended to. We also want car parks, obviously, but and that's why we thought the old Bunnings warehouse, because it has just car parks there. Was it? Oh yeah, this has, without the proper access to this area, the youth will not be able to access this place, and this is very, very necessary, we believe.
Achievable. I know a lot of you are thinking, right, this is such a huge idea. Oh my God, how are we going to manage this? Well, I've been talking to multiple people. I recently had a conversation with Michael Kemp, our local member, and he's told me how many grants are in the state government. There is so many money just sitting there that councils can access and use. And I think, yes, this is going to be a long process, and yes, it's going to be a lot of hard work, but if you have kids in the community, and it will bring parents here, they're like, oh, there's opportunities for my kids in sport, in creative arts. So yes, we will live there. Yes, we will come back, and we are happy with our community. So we can take small steps. We can get kids there with kids that struggle with maybe a school discount, a student discount. And our main thing is fundraising, get the community involved, and definitely get grants, because that is the way it is achievable. And even if it's like we get one shed up first with one little like basketball court first, and then we build on it and get another room, just small steps to make this possible.
Now, something we want is for the council to own the location. The Kempsey Showgrounds are owned by a company that basically let people like the people who run the Kempsey show to use it, and it's gotten really, really expensive for them. And we don't want to see that happen to this centre. We want this to be cheap for obvious reasons, so that it doesn't, become too expensive, so kids can't use it because they can't afford it.
Communication is a big problem in this area. We are students, and we hear nothing about council unless we seek it and what's happening in our community. So we want this centre to be inclusive and have good communication. A big way for young youth is obviously social media, but there's also messages through school. That's where you'll get a lot of communication through us. We hear everything through school and other ways. The future of and how this can help is positive engagement with students. There's been a lot of programs that take troubled youth and give them a purpose and a passion and believe in them, and they have turned a corner and become great people and have great skills in the workforce. In conclusion, we think that this will be an amazing idea and something that we really look forward to developing. I know that is a very large idea, and yes, it will be hard, but as I said before, no problem. Any problem always has a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, thank you, Alex and Alice. I hope there's some questions for you from councillors. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I will. Thank you for that presentation. I was at a conference this week, and there was a presentation on livable cities. And one thing they had was in these South American towns was around basketball, and there was no open space, and it's really grey and a horrible looking community, and there was lots of social issues. So they had these basketball courts in about 10 cities in South America, and they each created a bit on their court. And when you put them all together, the word said unified. And so I think changing that narrative, which you have said, it's not a sports centre. It's that multicultural space, that multi-purpose space, that event space. And I agree with your concept. It's really good. It's changing that narrative. So it's like a wellness space. It's a connection space. It's not just a sport space. So yeah, thanks for changing that narrative.
And your question? We're asking questions. That's fine. You can turn any statement into a question if you like. Do you agree with me at the end of it? Councillor Butterfield, please.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's question time, but it's just great to hear the students coming here and putting such some really good ideas together. Very well spoken, and it's just another thing. Like we've actually sort of talked about something similar to this as having one place where you can do stuff. I know at South West Rocks have just upgraded the stadium there, and there's plans for Bird Street. We've already done stuff down there with a big walking track. On Kemp Street, there's also talks of the plans going up there. So there is stuff, but we don't actually have one area. You know, we've got PCYC, we've got the squash centre out south, which I think the indoor cricket's just opened back up. I thought there wasn't any indoor cricket going. So it is a shame, because you do go to other towns. Taree brings to mind of one centre. They've got their aquatic centre there, and it's quite really good. They've got a gym, the aquatic centre, and so it's really good. And I do think it's a good idea, and it'd be great if we could have something like this. And you did mention Bunnings. Bunnings would be good because it's local, so kids could walk there after school. Maybe trying to get all this into that one area mightn't be big enough, but the location, everything's good. And you talk about having arts and being able to have seminars and that would be really good for the youth, because really it's struggling for youth. Having something and being local down there at Bunnings, something like that would be a great idea. And it's two very well thought out topics from both schools, and I commend you both. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we just thought with just sort of that one central location, there is squash, but the squash obviously were closed and misinformation, and so not a lot of. I used to play indoor soccer out there, and then that kind of closed. So just getting that one central location, everyone knows where it is, and to get students there and involved.
Councillor,
sorry. Yeah, I actually thought it because I know the bloke that owns the Squash Crusade. I actually thought it was driving past. I thought it actually closed down, so I was quite surprised when I heard the indoor cricket was back up and running. So that's good.
Thank you, Councillor Ring, please.
Do you think that there's like a lack of after hours, there's like a lack of out of hours activities to do in the town, and that this is another, I guess, way around that as well?
Yeah, 100%. Yes.
Definitely. There's definitely, you have your main sports, netball, cricket and soccer and football. And the range of like performing arts, I know was into dance and drama here is non-existent really, except through dance schools, but they don't have thing. We had to do it through school. There wasn't a central location. And like basketball, I played a bit of basketball at Melville, but it was really hard to get off the ground because it's sort of that school area. And I know we went to a Luminosity Summit, and there's like people from America and coaches that are like, they love the Kempsey kids that drive down there, and they know there's so many more, but they just can't afford to drive down to Port every week. So they really want to come up here. They just don't have the space.
And I guess that was a follow-up question I had, and then it was in terms of, I guess, that arts and culture. Do you feel like there's space for you to do that in Kempsey, or opportunity and things like that to develop?
If you are truly passionate and seeking it, you will find little things, and you'll drive to where you need to go. My parents were very like, if you want to do it, we will drive you there, because that's the kind of people they were. They want to give us every opportunity, but there's obviously those kids that can't get those opportunities, that are sitting at home and have these amazing talents that people can't explore, especially in the creative arts sector. They're all they don't have anywhere to go essentially. So to get this one space that's a safe space for everyone, I think will be very valuable to the community.
Thank you. Did you want to add to that, Alex? No. Okay. Mr. General Manager, and then Councillor Saul.
Yeah, thank you both, and actually thanks to St Paul's as well, and got no doubt with our third school will be thank you as well. It's very, very exciting, and it is possible. Having been involved in some fairly major infrastructure projects in my career, what you're talking about is possible. Just so you're aware, and I guess makes the community aware, we are in discussions with a few different groups about the possibility of doing something here in Kempsey. My question is if, and it'll probably go to all the schools actually, if we're able to get to a point of finding a site, getting some groups heavily involved, where we get to a point of council endorsing it in terms of strategic long-term planning. And one of the things you find in local government is it does take a long time. It is about patience. So it might be something that, you know, you've gone away to study and come back, and you might be involved in the opening at that point, because it does, you know, these projects do take a long time. So I don't want to get your hopes up too high right from day one, but should we get to that point, and we start to get to design works, are you willing to get involved directly as a small group of young people in that design area?
Yes, definitely that love to get involved with programs and designing it. And we fully are aware of how long these projects take, but we're not really looking at it from right now. We're looking at to how you asked us how we can improve the community and build the community. I'm talking about in maybe 20 years time when we want to come back here to our family, sort of where we've been raised and grow, like have our own families. As St. Paul said, it's a very thing about like family and coming back here and looking after your parents essentially, because they've looked after you for so long. So that long time plan of yes, but my kids, I want to see my kids have every opportunity they can.
Yeah. As someone who's been in local government for about 28 years now, working for 45 years, think about careers in local government, because exactly what you're talking about is what we do. We build better communities, and we only exist for that sole reason, to make this community a better place for everyone. And what we're doing, and I talk to our staff all the time about this, is that projects we're working on now, they'll be taking their grandchildren and great-grandchildren too, because it's there for that long. So love the passion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and students, actually, the GM actually outlined the question I had in mind. So the point was, thank you for the presentation. And also other schools need to be involved too. So if you can sort of, get things up and running and get people involved and passionate, that's the key. Thank you for that.
Yeah, definitely. We've had heaps of other schools talk to us, just like through my sporting stuff and my creative art. I know like there's kids from Melbourne that have talked to me about this. I've talked to kids from St. Paul's. There's definitely a big interest. It's not just two captains standing here from Kempsey High, it's the youth of the community. So thank you very much for listening to our speech. And we definitely want to get more involved and obviously get more figures for you on breakdowns of costing and help with grants, because we all need to learn how to do that. So definitely here to willing and learn new skills. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Alice. We still have a question for you from Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was excellent. One of the things that came out of the workshop when I was here with you guys was the lack of respect and purpose in some young people these days. We have quite a few very good sporting facilities already. Is there any way that you see we could make them more attractive to people, especially those who are lacking in respect and purpose?
Yeah, I think it's all about getting the passion, the spark. You need these kids. They think no one believes in them and they have no connection. My mum's a principal at Audavilla, and she's always been, you have to make the connections with the kids. If you don't make the connections, they don't trust you essentially. So it's all about believing in them, giving the spark and getting them there. So even if there's a member of the council that just goes down and has a conversation with them, I think the biggest thing is being treated like, obviously we are children, but being treated like we're less than because we are children, when generally we're more pure than senior members of the community, because we haven't been sort of molded yet. So really just getting to their level and talking to them and believing in them is probably the biggest thing, because if you don't have the connection and you don't have the spark, well, they're not going to respect you because you don't respect them. It goes two ways.
Awesome, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I know Councillor Patterson has a question. Oh, wait, and Councillor Butterfield again.
I have a question. Sorry.
Question. Okay, thank you. We love question. Councillor Patterson.
I've got a question, but I'd like to get something verified just through the general manager. Just so young guy rings was about the ownership of the showground, where it's not actually owned.
It's
just to clarify, it's actually owned by the state government, but they have a private management company manage it, and that's the way they put it out to a lease. So, yeah.
No, and it's fantastic, your presentation today, to have ideas, a passion and a future. I mean, that's how big hills get conquered, that's how, start with a small speck. Years ago, we spoke with our local member and our federal members about the need for better sporting facilities here, because we were travelling to Port Macquarie and Tari and Newcastle all the time, and it must be nearly 10 years down the track that we got a $10 million grant fund for Eden Street. So never think that anything is too big. everything is doable. Thank you.
That's the question. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Butterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through maybe to the General Manager, Alex talked about grants and knowing how to apply and sort of help and educate him in that. Is it possible next time we do the round of grants or the training for grants, is it possible that we can contact the schools for them to attend?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, yeah, certainly can. That what would be interesting is to actually for us to work with the schools and find out what's the best way to potentially integrate that into your programs, and we can actually come up and bring the relevant staff. And whether that's about grants, I guess it's an open offer from us as a council to US schools for us to come and help in any way. I know at Kempsey 4 or 5 years ago, the garden out the front near the bus bay was actually done as part of the mentoring program up there with our staff, with a group of students back then. So we're happy to work with you in a whole range of ways, whether it's grants, whether it's strategic planning. The breadth of careers in local government are huge, and we're very happy to work with you as students. If you can put the pressure on your teachers to get them to follow up with us, that would be really good as well. But yeah, more than happy to do that.
Councillor Butterfield?
Just one last thing. I would just like to take this chance. I'm sure it was Councillor Ring that actually put this idea together. I just thank you because it's turned out very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. I was going to say the same thing, but I will later. Thank you very much for your presentation, Alex and Alice. It's again, a very impressive presentation, and we certainly have lots to think about because of what you've said. Thank you again, and we'll move on to the next school, which is Kempsey Adventist School.
Thank you.
So we have Abigail, Senamilia, Rye and Bridget. I hope I've got the names close or nearly right, but thank you for being here, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, first I'd like to say, yeah, thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, so as you said, yeah, my name's Abigail. I'm one of the school captains, and these are my fellow school captains. And yeah, we're here from Kempsey Adventist School, and we're here to share our perspective, ideas, and aspirations for the Clay Valley. So we've got two main issues. The first issue is the retention of 18 to 24-year-olds in the Kempsey Shire and the quality and visibility on roads. So this is the first issue that we'd like to talk about. So here you can see we got this off the community ID Kempsey. This is the net immigration by age, and yeah, so you can see we've got lots of people coming into Kempsey above the age of pretty much 44, but you can see the biggest group that are leaving the Shire is 18 to 24-year-olds, and we think this is quite a big issue. Sorry, I was just okay. Yeah, between the ages of 18 to 24, major life decisions are taking place around careers, employment, and finding a partner and potentially starting a family. If people remain in the community while they train, they may be more willing to give back to that community. Young professionals are role models providing services, fill employment gaps, and generate positive economy activity for our local businesses. 18 to 24-year-olds represent the future of the Clay Valley. If we want our valley to keep growing and prosper, and to have the working population in Kempsey to be able to successfully support our aging population, we must look after this age group. And then, oh, sorry. In the next few slides, we'll give you an overview of what Kempsey Adventist School students' perspective is regarding staying in Kempsey after school, and the ideas and factors affecting the retention of 18 to 24-year-old people. And yeah. So, sorry. Out of our survey that we collected, it was from Year 9 to 12 CAS students. There were 90% of students surveyed said that they wanted to leave Kempsey within the first 3 years of finishing school. Out of those, 50% wanted to leave Kempsey to study or find a job elsewhere. The rest were but they just knew that they wanted to leave Kempsey. To get an idea of why people want to leave Kempsey, we asked participants to select 5 of the most important priorities. As we can see, getting a reliable job with earning potentials, spending time with friends and family, and meeting new people are very important. We asked people wishing to leave Kempsey if they would consider returning. As we can see here, most are unsure. 11 out of the 37 students were concerned about the lack of opportunities in Kempsey.
Thank you, Abby. My name is Rai, and from the information that was collected, there was a clear trend that showed that the majority of shops and places where people could socialise felt the safest. This shows how young people, when typically they feel safe, when they don't feel safe in those areas, won't tend to socialise there. And as well as this, with our perspectives, we took a survey, and here's our information about how people would feel after school, how lonely they would feel. And from here, we have 43% that indicated that they would either certainly or likely feel lonely, as opposed to 24 who would assume that they would not feel lonely. So realistically, from this, young people wanted to feel like there was a place for them, that they belonged in the community. In this data, so this is another question that we had in our survey regarding how students felt accessing services within Kempsey. It showed that they were comfortable with accessing beaches and national parks especially. It shows our young people are provided with an increased if students or young people were provided with an increase of education in how to access these servers, we believe that most likely these percentages would increase, and then you'd have people feel more comfortable accessing things, as you can see some of the low ones there.
This is aspiration 1. So improvement in the civic spatial opportunities for 18 to 24-year-old people to socialise with friends and experience new things. So, sorry, what was that? Sorry about this. So, we asked our students what social spaces they would like to see. Here are some results from our survey. In addition to the country university, there needs to be a place where there needs to be a social atmosphere where young people can feel comfortable to hang out and meet. Because we've seen that in the survey, lots of people wanted to leave Kempsey to be able to find new friends and have that sense of community, because as you saw in the original graph, a vast number of students are 18 to 24-year-olds are just leaving Kempsey because they just don't feel like they have the space in this community anymore.
We asked our students what industries they plan on working in the future, and here are the results. As you can clearly see, healthcare and social assistance industry was a massive one, with 30% of our students who answered the survey indicating they were interested in that area. As well as this, closely behind, there were people who were working in some form of trade, so whether that be construction, entrepreneurship, so things that they're passionate about.
We asked if moving away to gain qualifications in your trade or profession, would you consider returning and living in Kempsey Shire? Why not? Because some of the results are as followed. The Macleay Valley is a beautiful space and my family is here. Or not many opportunities in the Kempsey Shire. I would like to move closer to my family in Sydney. And or no options for my career in Kempsey. We had quite a few results talking about the lack of opportunities in the Kempsey Shire and wishing to stay in the Kempsey Shire, but they just may not be able to. As you can see here in the highlighted, these are the different, you can, at the end, it says like health or law or something. Those are the professions that they said that they wanted to go into in the future with those things. And, after we conducted this survey internally, I also wanted to open it up to former students or different friends that have already had this experience, leaving school and being out in the big world this year. I was talking to one of my friends, and He was trying to find an apprenticeship in the Macleay Valley, but no one was able to afford to take him on. He wanted to do something with his life, having already finished several courses through TAFE. He was trying to find jobs in them. Due to this, he was left no choice but to move away to study a Bachelor of Business degree.
The second aspiration that we have come up with is the access or perception of access to employment and career opportunities within the Kempsey Shire through traineeships or other initiatives involving incentives to remain local. As Kempsey Council has been a fantastic support, we just want to say, in offering several apprenticeships and traineeships in their multiple work environments. Health organisations have also been proactive in providing traineeships specifically targeted to Indigenous young people wishing to pursue careers in health. The Country University Centre has been a great forum for providing a hub space for young people involved in university tertiary training. Are there other ways that businesses could be encouraged with financial incentives to offer local traineeships or apprenticeships that would provide opportunities for young people to choose to stay in the local area? So, for example, those who might be in mechanics, not being able to have people that are able to go to and get their apprenticeship done there, they have to go outside of Kempsey directly. Secondly, is there a scope to establish a support network for young people engaged in local traineeships or apprenticeships or tertiary study?
Good morning, everyone. So this was our second topic, as Abby mentioned, road quality and visibility for young drivers, which was also, as Councillor Wyatt had mentioned a little about, and Bridget and I will be elaborating a bit about it. Oh, all right, so visibility and road quality are extremely important for new drivers. Especially when starting out, clear visibility helps identify potential hazards and allows drivers to react in time. Good road quality ensures a smooth and safe driving experience, preventing accidents and damage to your vehicles. So the graph that is being displayed shows drivers at their most vulnerable state when they are, which is when they are on their provisional, I think it's 1, like that's what it's called, license, which is also known as red Ps. A study shows that provisional drivers aged 16 to 24 are 60% more likely to be in a car accident compared to 25 to 59-year-olds. And yes, there are safety driving courses and driving lessons which can be done, but an underlying concern is that the roads need to be tended to help young drivers like my fellow captains. Next slide. So with the survey that got sent out, students had a section which they could write their concerns about anything in the Kempsey area. And 30% of students displayed their concern about improvements needed on the roads. Some of these responses included fixing the roads along with potholes, and putting more effort into making roads outside of immediate Kempsey better. And the last one included improving visibility of roads, giving examples of the Gowings Hill Road.
Hi guys. So yeah, a clear example of roads that aren't safe for young drivers includes the Gowings Hill Road, specifically where it turns into Marys Bay Road. This road was designed poorly. That's the only thing I can say about it. And the road lines don't even match the turnoff. It's not safe for new drivers who are just learning how to drive. Another example in Euroka is the road quality and visibility where they were first developed as one-way horse and carriage roads. Hence, they're so slim and like thin. And if you want to move to the side of the road to get off, you're going to end up in a ditch. What we need from you is as times are changing, there are new developments and the roads around us also need to develop. That's just some pictures of some roads in Euroka. I'll just elaborate on them. There are many potholes and they're constantly just filling them in, but we're not like doing the actual redoing the roads. Like you can see all the different color differences, and nothing's changing. They just constantly get developed whenever. And yes, that's just another issue I'd just like to put in there. Yeah, most of these roads are narrow and dangerous and terrifying to drive on, including the fact there are no lines drawn on roads. Another example some students raised in the survey that we did was in Dongdinglong, specifically Pipers Creek. They have similar circumstances to the roads in Euroka. I would lastly like to state that as new development be an increase in the amount of people using these roads, why not start fixing the issue now before more and more people move out to Euroka? We understand that fixing these roads is a huge task that will be difficult to implement, but we believe that with enough perseverance and understanding, we can help make the roads a safer place for young drivers. Thank you.
So you're ready for a few questions?
Yeah.
Or you got more? Okay, sorry. Thought that was in.
Oh, these were just other ideas that came up in the survey, but we weren't going to go too much into detail onto them. You can have a look through them if you like.
Yeah, these are just some other suggestions. Are there 2 slides on this? These are just some other suggestions that we had. So yeah, it was, again, talking about roads and yeah, feeling safer around Kempsey.
Clean the comments.
So yeah, I'll leave that slide up for you guys if you like. So yeah, any questions or anything?
No road rise.
Thank you.
That's it. Excellent. Thank you. Don't go away. We might have some questions for you. They could be tough questions or they could be easy questions. Councillor Patterson's got his light on first.
Thank you, guys. That was a great presentation and very hard to speak off the cuff in front of the audience, especially when you're on video as well. I just want to ask you this question. There's a couple actually. First one is, does this sound familiar? I left school in 1980, year 10, wanted to get out of this town. There was no future for me. Moved to Sydney, worked and worked and worked, made lots of money, spent every cent, got lots of experience, met some fantastic people. And then I worked out somewhere along the line, it's not quantity I was after, it's quality. Moved back to Kempsey, live in paradise, raise a family and live around my family. Does that sound familiar? Because what the report that you were showing us is that there are so many young ones wanting to leave the area. Is it something that they're looking for, do you think? Is it work they're looking for as a future?
From the survey that we said, there were a few responses. Some were looking for education opportunities and others just looking for placement. Like that example of that former student, he just wanted to get an apprenticeship somewhere in Kempsey, but he was just unable to, so he had to move away. Okay.
My next question to you guys, if whoever you think this would be something that could work, is having a longer connection to businesses that young people are going to work in, say apprenticeships in the trade. I've been an employer for 30 odd years. The connection needs to be longer than the actual 4 years of the apprenticeship, because the 4 year of apprenticeship finishes when the employer gives the experience, gives the knowledge, the trade, they get that and then they leave. So that's the holdback in a lot of businesses putting on apprentices. So what do you think if we made representation to the state and federal government that they gave, say, a 4 year apprenticeship turned into a 6 year apprenticeship, but it finished trade-wise after 4 years, but then it continued for the next 2 years with a tax incentive or some type of incentive by the government to stay at that job? What would you think about that?
I think that is definitely something that needs to be addressed, and we'd love to get back to you on that.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Councillor Butterfield. And we're looking for questions.
Yes. Thank you again for your presentation. You're talking about the perspectives and ideas, and some of the original came up, almost went back to, I think it was Kempsey High put a presentation up about a multi-use centre. Obviously, 2 different schools, 2 different ideas, went together and basically come up with the same very similar idea. So do you think a multicultural, multi-purpose sports centre / thing would be a good idea for the community?
I definitely think that's something that it would a lot of youth would be interested in. Because yeah, we had 10% of our respondents from our survey saying that they would definitely be interested in some form of centre where they can hang out, socialise, do sports, do these things of interest that they have with their friends. And I think that is definitely one option that could work and solve that solution.
Microphone.
Going onto the driving side of it, as many of us here would admit or like to admit, when we first started driving, quite often was on back roads, dirt roads, property. So not that it made us better drivers, but I think it gave us been able to handle the car, I suppose, or have some idea on how to drive a car before we actually hit the road. I sort of, having 4 kids of my own, 5 kids of my own, they go when they do the test, come out with a bit of paper saying, okay, you got an idea, jump straight in the car like all my kids have, and driven off from down here with not a clue how to drive. Would you think, and I think it has been toyed before, but I don't think it's possible, something maybe, whether it be part of getting your L's or maybe pre-L's, something maybe like the airport, because it's sort of probably the only place I can think of, where you actually go and do, or maybe have to do, say, a 3-week course, 1 or 2 days a week or something, subsidised somehow, probably because not most people wouldn't be able to afford it, just to give you an idea on how to handle a car, just basic understanding. Do you think something like that would be a good idea?
Yeah, I definitely think something along the lines of that would be great because, yeah, you hop in a car and you're like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely, yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, because straight away, yes, you're hopping in a car and you're learning to drive and, out there, and it's, a lot of people don't give L players the room they need. So no, thanks again.
Yeah, also to add to that issue, with the young drivers, especially the first months on P plates and stuff, often those drivers are the ones that are driving the very low to the ground, quite old cars, and they don't accelerate as fast as maybe your age group's cars would. They're much bigger, higher up cars. Just generally speaking. So so with speaking of the visibility around those roads and stuff, it can be quite scary when it's practically a blank corner, you're trying to turn into it taking quite a few seconds for your car to start accelerating, and then you see other cars just whizzing on around you. It's quite a dangerous situation that our young people have been put into. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got Councillor Wyatt next. Thank you.
Oh, I've got 3 questions, but I love that. 100% young people are driving low cars to the ground, and my got 4 kids, but when they got their Ps, youngest one just got her Ps, and I'm so happy. Get your Ps, your independence, and then I watch her go out the driveway. I think, and so yeah, thank you for bringing that lens to us. But I want to ask a question of council. Are these students allowed to present this to the traffic committee so that the traffic committee can hear firsthand what it's like for these drivers? Who might ask that
Video.
if they want to?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Good question. We can find out. I don't see why the traffic committee would be opposed to it. I imagine they'd be quite open to it. YouTube now, so it's live. So if they can't arrange to actually do it in person, they certainly do as well. But it's something we can take up. We've got 2 members of the traffic committee here, so we can take that up with the traffic.
Or alternatively, the traffic committee go to them in their school and hear from all the students. Yeah. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So my other 2 questions are around the presentation. Got 2 questions. I think probably the first one is I think that's come across there too, is a bit of age discrimination, stereotyping and stigma of youth. And I think it can also be quite condescending. Do you have any ideas about how to sort of remove stigma of youth in this community, or do you feel it's an issue as well?
So
Yeah.
I'm kind of
Yeah. So I feel that there is some age discrimination and some stigma attached to, young people in the mark. What are they doing? What are they doing with their lives? Back in my day, it was like this. There are stereotypes around youth behavior, stigma about what it means to be a young person, and discrimination. And all of you are clearly standing up to stigmas. And I think that attitude towards young people can be quite condescending. Read Facebook comments and things. There can be quite condescending stuff about youth. Have any ideas of how, like, council or how we can address and remove some of that discrimination or those attitudes?
I think, more involvement of young people in council, like decision making and stuff, or like how we're doing. Sorry, I forgot your name, but how you have helped, like, involve like the youth of Kempsey in things like that, because as I know Kempsey High was just pushed over people, like, we actually are the future of the Macleay Valley, and if we want to we need to be welcome in this community.
Thank you for that. Is around young people leaving. Clearly, I'm not young, but I do have 4 daughters in that age bracket. Two are in that age bracket. And having heard what you've said, I'm sort of thinking, I'm questioning the stories that I tell them, and maybe I'm a little guilty of telling them to get out. And I may be an odd parent, but despite my many, don't push that on my children. I push them to leave, to have adventures and experiences. And pretty much it's not comfortable here. It's not safe here. There's nothing for them to do. So if I was going to change that story, and other parents and old people change that story, what can we do as parents to improve conditions in that, to reduce that exit of 18 to 25? Because I believe that I don't really want to live in a community that has no 18 to 24-year-olds, because I believe you are the innovation. But yes, I think I'm guilty to leave.
That's a question. It's a challenging, Councillor Wyatt.
What do you think we can do as parents and older people to improve conditions for young people to stay in Kempsey? What can we do as parents?
Well, as you saw in that on the survey, one of the questions was, how lonely would you feel after school to, like, remain in the valley? And quite a large number of saying feel quite significantly lonely and like there's no place in the community. So I guess how Kempsey High was saying, having like a basketball court, or we need just like some type of social atmosphere for those 18 to 24-year-olds in Kempsey, somewhere they can actually meet people, because the university experience, and then you go meet lots of people and possibly find, a romantic partner or something like that. Like, just having a place where they feel like they're a part of a big community and meet lots of people. Do you have anything else to add, Fund?
In regard to what parents could do is, yes, there is the option of people being able to leave, go on to have adventure, go travel if they want, go to places, try something new. But there's also that of staying here with their family, the people that they know they're connected with, and building their involvement in the community. So whether that be through continually supporting them through work opportunities, whether that be through providing social opportunities where they can then socialize and hang out, feel like they still belong in this community and have that incentive to, like, sort of, but the big thing the parents can do is say, like, look, you have these 2 options, but you don't have to make them up right now. Like, you still have the opportunity to stay here, be with us if you're not sure. So yeah, that's all we have to add.
So I also thought, also, like, I think another thing that parents could do as well, is like help them and build them up a community before that they end up in that position of, like, okay, here's your life, here, go decide what you can do, you can go away. Like, help building up that community before they get to that position.
Thank you. You want no?
I just
I'm looking at the time.
The question of belonging to the community. Did you say belonging? I mean, that is a really strong word as well. And
yes. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you, students, for your presentation. A question I'd like to ask of yourselves here this morning and others in the room, do you actually use the PCYC facilities? And if you don't, do you have any reason why you don't use that facilities? Please.
In terms of our survey, we had only 30% of students said at PCYC. Look, we don't know their reasons why, but we only had 30% saying they felt safe there to attend there with their peers. I do know that there are students there and they enjoy the facilities and programs that are run there. But could you just repeat your question? Sorry.
Thank you. Just my question was, I mean, that was for the youth, the PCYC. It has been funded and youth encouraged to use it. But I'm also hearing similar are too keen to go there. And I'd just like to hear from yourself or others who may tell us why they're not so keen to attend it and use their facilities. I mean, is there, you said a safety issue. Is there other issues besides safety that you're aware of?
Location. So also addressed in our safety thing, crossing the railway bridge, that was the lowest response that we had for they felt safe crossing that bridge. So I guess the biggest, a few more information to provide to you, but we can definitely.
Thank you. Councillor Butterfield has a final question. Short and to the point.
I've actually lost
I think it's called.
I've actually lost my train of thought a little bit. Sorry. Listen to all that. I've actually forgotten, to be honest.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Milburn, our General Manager, also has a question.
Thanks for the presentation. And it's good to see our young people have the same high rating on roads as our community does. It comes out in our surveys, the number one issue that our community faces, and that's probably why we're spending something like $30 million this year on our roads, but it's still never enough, and we'll keep trying to do better. And again, this is probably a question for all of you. As school captains and leaders in your schools, do you actually all get together collectively? Should you? Yes. Okay. Just one last thing to all of you. I don't know how many of you turn 18 before the 14th of August, but we have an election for councillors on the 14th of September. Nominations close on the 14th of August. If any of you are turning over 18 by then, have a think about running for council. Just going through the process is really interesting. You might have some older brothers and sisters or mums and dad who might want to do that as well, because these people that sit around here and make these decisions are just community members. They've got a passion about the community, which is coming through from you. So it would be great. Kinney's our youngest member. It'd be great to have someone who can be younger than her. She'd be quite happy to have her on council. We'd certainly love to see that. One of the things that actually happens after the election is we go through a thing called a community strategic plan, which is looking at the next 10 to 20 years. And one of the staff, we have this little chat as we're going, has actually suggested that we need to engage with all of you as a group with that community strategic plan process come later this year into next year as we develop that, because we have about 12 months to develop it. So we'll look at how we engage with the schools to actually do that through that process as well. We saw our future as a former youth worker before I got into local government. Young people are not just our future, you're here now, and it's really important that we do listen to you. And as the general manager of the organisation, I know the mayor will have his own closing comments, but as the general manager, really appreciate your passion, your input more, and just encourage you to go for whatever you're dreaming, because yeah, you never know where you end up. You know, I left school at plumber by trade. I've ended up as the general manager. It's an amazing organisation. You don't know where you end up. It's an amazing life you've actually got ahead of you. So go out there and live it.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. Without any further questions, I will make some closing comments, and then I'll put the final comment over to Councillor Ring, just so you get some more knowledge of that. But I'd like to thank you four from Kempsey Adventist School, and also two from Kempsey High School, and the four from St. All of you have presented things that have made all our councillors think about what the youth of our Shire would like. Given us lots to think about. So I thank each of you for your work and effort into this. I hope that Kempsey Adventist School might share their other 3 high schools, because it's a very informative survey, and the more people you have taking part in the survey, the more quality data you get. There's more reliability known. So if you want to share that, that's fantastic as well. And before I ask Councillor Ring to close, I remind all that we have a wonderful morning tea ready for us all straight after we finish here. And the Ring has a few words. Thanks, Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of the captains and all of the school representatives that have showed up today. When I wrote this nom, it was we're all sitting at this table, and there's never an authentic young person voice. I'm not considered youth at all. And we all have ideas about what we think youth want or what we think you need, but don't actually have a forum for you to be able to do that. So that was the whole idea, that you could have whatever issue, whatever opportunity, whatever you are passionate about, and have the ability to share your elected leaders. And I think all of your presentations were absolutely fantastic. And I think this is actually going to be an ongoing thing every year. And you've all really set a really high bar. And I really think you should all pat yourself on the back. Another big clap for you all. Thank you.
That have presented today stand up, because I do think we need to see you all again standing, and we will applaud you again. Good job. And we're going to have a photograph of all of the students.
Students coming as well.
Okay, students, if you could come on in, thank you. I'm adjourning the meeting here at 25 past.
is live.
Welcome back, councillors and staff, and for those in the public gallery. Very enjoyable morning tea, and for those people watching on the internet, you've missed out on something very special. But for those people who were watching, we did have something very special in the presentation by our high school students. We had an apology from Melville High School. They could not attend because of assessments. They were intending to be here. Hopefully, next time round, we will have all 4 schools here. Again, thank you, Councillor Ring, for supporting that. We're getting back to the general agenda now. We haven't finished items by exception, which is items on page 9. We still had questions to go, and we will then move on to the Traffic Committee report. So, Councillor Bain, you had another question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have a question on 10.12, which is the Statement of Cash and Investments, which is a very thorough. So I've got a few questions, but the first one is, what's the purpose of the publication of this report?
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we are legislatively required to present a cash and investment on a monthly basis, which is what you see every month. Obviously, the main aim on that is to provide councillors with an understanding of the cash investments that we've got and how they are invested. And so that's, as I said, it meets that legislative requirement that we've got in relation to that reporting.
Thank you. Can continue?
Yes.
Follow-up question. So the majority of the report, apart from the last page, is provided by our investment advisor, which is Laminar. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. So we've engaged Laminar Capital to provide investment as our investment advisor. So they provide advice and operational assistance in terms of the investment functions for us in relation to our cash and investments. And the chart or the graph on page 41 is that's an internal council document, I believe, and it shows the investment income versus the budget. And from the look of it, the accrued investment income of 3.2 million so far this financial year is exceeding our budget. Is that so? That is an internal document, correct? Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Bain. So, what the report that you've received that's attached to this council report every month, the first and last pages are reports that council staff, finance staff pull together. Between those is the report that comes from Laminar. It's a very detailed report. I think you may recall as part of one of the initial induction sessions that we had with councillors, we talked through cash and investments and the fact that this has got a significant amount of information in there, which we have just continued to provide because that's provided to us by the investment advisor every year. That last page that you refer to does graphically the investment results on a year-to-date basis versus budget. Those budget numbers get updated, as you may already be aware, when we have our quarterly budget reviews. And so as they get adjusted, then the numbers will be adjusted as well. But it does give you that graphical representation of actual performance from an investment returns perspective versus the budget.
Thank you. And I also note page 10, which has ticks off that we're fully compliant with all legislative and risk rating and exposure limits, that we're fully compliant, that also that the portfolio's operating above the bank bill index benchmark. So actually, we're doing really, really well in direct summary.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so it does reflect, I guess there's two components to that. One is that we are complying with our investment policy. And so that's why that report references those sort of 4 key components of that investment policy. Does benchmark against that bank bill index rate as a proxy for our performance, and so obviously we'd rather be better than that than less. What I would say, the majority of our investments are term deposits, and so and there's a variety of reasons for that. And so the returns on those, there's obviously less risk attached to that, but in terms of being able to exceed when above that bank bill index rate is sort of, I guess, minimised to an extent.
Yeah, so I think it'd be fair to say that our investment policy is doing its job, and that's progressing well. I'll just a last question in terms of a potentially we need to be planning for a low carbon future. Has there been any consideration of domestic and fossil fuels, alcohol, gambling, armaments? Have we considered an ethical investment strategy, or is that something that would have to come before council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not something that is explicitly referred to in investment policies or procedures. We don't have any, as I said, because the majority of our investments are term deposits. We don't actually have any direct investments with those sectors that you referred to. There is possible that some of the investments that we place with some of those financial institutions, they themselves may have investments in those sectors, indirect. We don't have any direct investments from a council perspective in those sectors at all.
Thank you very much.
Councillor White, another question.
No, I want a procedural question. At what point does questions become discussion? Like, we've been at this for an hour or so, just running around questions, moving from one item to another item to agenda item. I would have thought that some of these stuff that we have discussed here should have been pulled in. Like, they're more than questions. Like, so what point do we cross over?
To answer your question, the Code of Meeting Practice says that questions may be asked, and that's what's happening on any of the items that will be passed by exception. That's the procedure. Unless you want to change the Code of Meeting Practice at the moment, we're just following that procedure, Councillor White.
What's the difference?
The difference is if you pull it out, it's open debate. You've got movers and seconders of each item, and you can have people speaking for and against each item. At the moment, we're not supposed to be speaking against any of these items by exception. We're actually just asking questions to clarify. As I said at the beginning, if you ask questions and find out something that you're concerned about, you can then withdraw the item and then move amendments or change what the recommendation or the resolution might be. So at the moment, we're just following the. Do you have a further question, or do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand, and I'm really conscious of the time constraints on us today, because there's some more issues around outstanding debt, but I think they may come up in another matter, and just around the cash and investment. It's not so much as an amendment, but can something be put into our strategy around like, can ethical investments and borrowings be included in like a risk management strategy?
If that's the case, you would have to withdraw it, and we'd have to have an amendment to the motion. But I don't think that can be done even.
No, it would be considered new business, so it's something that could be put up as a notice of motion.
So I was going to ask. I recall.
Yes.
Yeah, I recall Councillor bringing this up very early in, maybe even when we were in the first part of our term. He talked about an ethical investment strategy. I was going to ask him, but I ran out of time.
So that really comes back to.
I'll pull that out. Yep, I will pull out 10.7, 10.2, 12.
Okay. Are there any further questions on the items to be passed by exception? If there are no further, I will ask for a mover of those items to be passed. Councillor Saul. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bain. Do we have any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried. Our next item is the 9.1 Local Traffic Committee, and this was withdrawn. So we need a mover and a seconder for this recommendation that comes from the Traffic Committee? Councillor Patterson, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Ferguson, thank you. And just to make clear, in the second paragraph on policy and legislation, you can not support just one recommendation in the report. It doesn't say you've got to vote against all the recommendations. You can vote against one, or you can vote for one to go back to the committee. Now, I'll ask Councillor Patterson if he wishes to speak to the motion. Thank you.
It's just the motion is local traffic committee minutes. That's what the ration is. We're just accepting the minutes. I honestly can't see how we can change that, but I suppose we can ask some questions on it, and I'm waiting, interested to hear. Thank you.
Right. The second part of it, accepting the minutes, Councillor Patterson, is adopt the recommendations. Council adopts the recommendations. The Traffic Committee can't implement them unless it's in the ambit of the Traffic for New South Wales decision making. Any further debate or questions on this, please? Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, two groups of questions. One around item 4.7, no camping zones. So why was Hat Head and Southwest Rocks? Why only Hat Head and Southwest Rocks? What is proposed for Crescent Head? Do we have any report on that? Or can we take that back to the committee? So they've got a proposal to put no camping zone signs at Hat Head, Hungry Road, Gap Road, and at Hat Head, and then at Southwest Rocks. What's being proposed for Crescent Head in the same regard?
Through you,
Mr. Jackson, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Hat Head and the others were listed in this paper as an item because a similar item's already gone through for Crescent Head.
Already adopted, yeah.
And what might those signs, so it says, and what might those signs look like? Are they going to be, yeah, what might they look like?
Mr. Jackson, thank you.
Specifically, I'd need to send you images of the signs, but they will be very similar signs to those proposed for these two locations. For these locations, they will essentially establish boundaries whereby the offence can then be enforced. So without appropriate signage in the vicinity, you can't enforce an offence, and so we need to document that particularly the free camping and some of the parking issues are not permitted in that area, and then the enforcement can be undertaken in those areas.
Thank you.
So would it be something like those ones in lights on trailers, like quite big sign, or just sort of standard traffic signs that people drive past?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they'll be to an Australian standard as a sign. Those sort of illuminated sign message boards are really for notification purposes and would not be a permanent signage feature.
Thank you, Councillor White.
So it's not a defence to prosecution, or it's not a defence for prosecution if they didn't notice the sign, they didn't see the sign was obscured, it was confusing with other signs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, there are defences that some people may wish to offer. However, obviously the point of getting these signs up in a set series of locations is to establish that the offence exists, and it's up to the people to obey that signage.
Yeah, thank you. And the second part of the second lot of questions is 6.2, the Crescent Head foreshore congestion. And I'll just read out what it says. It says the local member representative advised that they have concerns from community members regarding congestion of vehicles along Reserve Road and within Crescent Head foreshore parking area. The member representative has received suggestions of creating a one-way ring road starting from the foreshore car park through the golf course and linking with Rankin Street. The committee chair advised that this is an initiative currently being investigated by council staff, noting there are a few constraints involving land ownership and impacts on existing activities. And the recommendation from the committee is that the committee noted this matter for further council consideration. So this is the ring road between the cabins and the golf course. And before, and in March 2021, I think, or we had a represent. No, sorry, in
22.
Yeah, we had I think it was the same person from the Crescent Head Country Club came and gave us a presentation about decreasing the size of the golf course, and then following that we had a lot of emails back and forth from the community also expressing their concern. And in the September
So what's your question?
Yeah.
No,
Well, don't I get 5 minutes to speak as well?
No, this is, you're speaking to them now. Are you speaking against it or asking a question? Two different things here, Councillor White.
Do we know what info? Well, I think that I'm questioning the integrity, I guess, and I'm questioning the disconnect between what's come to council and what is going back to this what has come to that committee. Is council currently investigating the road?
Mr. General Manager.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10.3 on the agenda later this morning or this afternoon deals with the position that staff have been working on is presented to council in relation to that matter.
So to bring this matter up in that as well, but because it's here, I was going to bring that. Okay, so do we know what information was provided? So going back to what I was trying to say, in September 2023, and it's on the record, I asked this too, and the reply was that there's no resolution for council to look at this option about that ring road, and that as in with regards to the Crown Land Plan and Management Plan has been in draft for over 18 months, and there's no proposal to reduce the impact of to reduce the footprint of the golf course or create a road behind. So I'm questioning that, yeah, whether there is a disconnect. But do we know what information was provided from either councillors or staff to the local government, to the local representative member in response, other than the committees to note this item for further consideration? So what information was provided by councillor staff and councillors at that meeting to outline that there's been issues raised in council forum before? Most notably, there is no resolution for council to look at this, and secondly, that there is no intent to reduce the size of the golf course.
Councillor Patterson, did you want to
if you don't
answer that, please? Because you're the local members representative, and you've been on that committee for a long time, representing the Councillor Patterson, please.
13 years being on the traffic committee. Recently, in the last 18 months, I've had a number of residents contact me in relation to driving, parking issues, congestion issues, going into the caravan park into Crescent Head, also the parking area and stuff. As a member of a traffic committee, I see that as a safety issue. That was brought up to me as a safety issue. I brought that up to the traffic committee. I was told in the traffic committee that this is a matter possibly for further council consideration as far as it's gone.
So, Councillor Patterson, that you would be waiting on a resolution of council for any further action on that ring road?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, the ring road or options for the congestion and safety issues, which the traffic committee is there to represent in our shire.
Yep. And Councillor Patterson, the local member has talked to you about this issue as well. And yeah, thank you very much. There's no resolution, Councillor White, or council to do anything at this time, unless we have something in 10.3, which is what we're coming up to. Microphone, please.
Sorry, my second question then is, what is the traffic committee doing to further council's consideration of this matter? That's their action. So what are they doing to do that?
Mr. Jackson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The traffic committee is awaiting the resolution of council on the next item regarding the Crescent Head terms of reference. So the traffic committee and the staff who are associated with that are not progressing the matter and are awaiting a resolution of council before progressing.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Yep. Clearly, I'm not on the traffic committee, but I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel a disconnect between things that have been discussed and the traffic committee, and I guess I would have liked to have seen, and I actually did speak to Kerry the other day, asking
Councillor
her,
Riddington.
Councillor Riddington, to asking her what was in this meeting too. I'm just feeling a disconnect between representatives, staff or other, should be relaying cross pollinating that information. I'm just feeling a disconnect, but that's it.
Yes, and just to be clear, Councillor Patterson is on the committee as a representative. He's not as a councillor.
Correct.
And so he's just waiting on information from councillors' resolution further on.
Correct, but there is insight.
That's White, anything further? No, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this matter before us? No? Councillor Patterson, do you wish to close debate, or we
just shortly? Once again, the local traffic committee is a committee that has representatives on it from Service New South Wales, from the Police Highway Patrol, from council, also myself as a local member, and other council staff, CLEP Toms, and we gather information as a committee should on safety issues that come to be looked at in our Kempsey Shire. Those issues can be speed related, those issues can be parking related, school drop-off zone related, etc. And that committee then brings the recommendations to the council, only recommendations. And I look forward to everyone, all my fellow councillors supporting this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? Declare it carried. Thank you. We've already dealt with point 1. We're dealing with 10.2 now, which is on page 13. It's a planning proposal. It's the Local Environment Plan 2013 Housekeeping Amendment, the Southwest Rocks building heights. There's a recommendation there with 3 points. Anyone wish to move that? Councillor White. Seconder. Councillor Bain. Councillor White, please.
Thank you. This is how robust, transparent and authentic planning system works. It's for the people, by the people and with the people. The community has spoken, and this was echoed by the speaker yesterday. And I reiterate the question that I asked the speaker, as well as other questions councillors have asked in other public forums. This is about such a particularly today about the Southwest Rock Structure Plan. I asked them about development. So this is not about anti-development. It is about compatible, sympathetic, livable and regenerative development. I received an enlightening presentation on the weekend from a town planner about regenerative development as opposed to sustainable development. So last century, and what does that even mean? And we want livable and responsible development, not stock standard cookie cutter approach that seems to be prevalent amongst the development sector and is very evident in many coastal communities. We, Kempsey Council, have undertaken the strategic planning process for Southwest Rock in the papers. We, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall that after the structure plan was we amended it and to include these list of heights and rezonings following extensive consultation with the community. Council listened, we amended. That puts a few trust points in the trust bucket of gaining community trust, what a speaker talked about yesterday about community trust. Council then brought the amended structure plan to councillors, and we also listened. So more trust buckets, more trust points have been added into that trust bucket. We supported an amended structure plan with those heights and those zonings. As stated in the paper here in October, again, councillors supported that planning proposal. Yeah, woohoo, more trust points in that trust bucket of trust, gaining community's trust. The desired outcome here aligns with the community expectations and the community feedback, where 94 submissions have supported these recommendations. If councillors are going to now renege on our support, it would be a massive leak in that trust bucket of trust and community rapport, not to mention a failed democracy. So I really hope that we support a planning proposal that we ourselves have supported endorsed, listened, heard, acted for our community. That is democracy, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Any further speakers? Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a question, if I may, please.
Certainly.
To the Director Jackson.
Oh, you
Offer
be
yourself.
technical, that no, the technical, it goes to the General Manager and he might pass it on. He usually does. Just ask the question and it'll be farmed out.
You're indulgent, Mr.
Answer.
Mr. Mayor, there has been concern, and it'd be nice to hear again from staff. Will this limit a proposal for above 3 limit or above the high limits listed here, if it's by a developer or anyone who wants to build a home, especially when you're thinking of homes for low-income families, for businesses, those items which we've often been asked about, and one chap particularly wanted to do that a while back. Will endorsing this proposal limit those actions, please?
Mr. General Manager. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it does place a limitation. Obviously, the intent of this is to impose a height limit. The height limit can be varied within small amounts. It can also be varied within larger amounts with council approval or through a panel approval, depending on the scale of the development. Or the interested party can actually put up their own planning proposal. Many sites go through a planning proposal where they will propose why the new limit, their proposed limit, is justified, why it is appropriate text, and essentially make a case which has to be assessed against all of the criteria. But at this point in time, yes, without a planning proposal and without that, it certainly is imposing a limitation. It's also setting ground rules. So it is actually providing those parties the certainty as to what they know can be approved readily through appropriate pathways, which will assist them in actually developing their proposals. So it's a double-edged sword. Yes, it provides a limit, but it also provides a boundary that they can work within.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Thank you. Yes.
So thankfully, yes, the point that was the question I'll ask again is, if it is endorsed and a precedent done, I think the directive provided that it may be an issue or double-edged sword to allow for future development in certain sites. While we have heard from some groups of their opinion, there is more than that in South West Rocks and other areas too. So are we really tying our hands, Mr. Mayor? That's the question I ask.
Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, one of the key roles that council is actually setting their local environment plan and the whole planning framework, I guess, and the LEP is a fundamental part of that. In this particular case, council went through a very extensive community consultation process. We considered the whole range of issues that were raised there, and through that process, developing the structure plan and then developing this planning proposal to have those limits placed on that. It's something that I guess the council has undertaken as part of that role in terms of their key planning responsibility. So it's not setting real limits. It's actually saying this is what the character is, and above the LEP are the character statements, and the character statement that council has adopted as their position for South West Rocks really indicates that we're not wanting really high development out there. That's what the council is the position through how they adopted those character statements. They're helping reinforce that now with this amendment to the LEP. And that allows developers to have a very clear view of what they can actually look at when there comes time for investment in the South West Rocks area. And one thing developers want is certainty about what they're actually doing. They don't want ambiguity. They need to know what can they do, what they can't do. And they'll know here what these general height limits are across various areas of South West Rocks. They know that as part of the council position that anything within 10% of those limits can be determined by staff. Anything over 10% of those limits have to come to council for the council to make a decision. So developers end up with some real certainty by adopting what's presented to council today.
Thank you.
Follow-on question from me, Mr. General Manager. Could council resolve not to have that 10% and make anything above the limit?
But look, if you chose to, it would just see a lot more things coming here. It's certainly a system that operates in a lot of councils and it works very effectively. 10% is only very minimal in what you can change. You know, if you're talking about an 8.5 metre height limit, you're talking about, you know,
85 centimetres.
85 centimetres. It's not much difference.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bain, you had questions, or you wish to enter the debate?
I wish to speak in support of the motion, and congratulate the council staff for putting this together. Is a result of effective community consultation. It fits in well with the character statements. It's been very, very clearly communicated that people in South West Rocks don't want high-rise development. That's very clear. It's also protecting that natural beauty of what is a jewel in the Kempsey Shire Crown. Really, like South West Rocks is an amazing place of nature, and keeping that, the building development allows the community to grow in the way that it wants to grow. There is also, I note in the report, there is ample residential properties already available and areas available for development, as Councillor White said. The great words, Councillor White, of that replacement of sustainable development. It does give clear rules and people understand where they stand, but it can also be amended if there is a particular reason to amend it. Okay, for example, we've got coming before us today in 10.4, we've got a height amendment in a property in Hat Head, and that's we haven't decided whether it's going to go through yet, but it's quite a reasonable request. Geography of the structure, so it's not set in concrete. It's not saying that there can't be appropriate development that can change those heights. What it's saying is this is a standard that we are setting as a council. This is what we believe, and if there are any variations on it, they have to also meet the character statements and the intent of the structure plan. So I would encourage and ask my colleagues to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Butterfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sort of stuck in between here at the moment. What's at South West Rocks? What is the current max height EG stories that has been erected out there at the moment?
Well, some blocks height limit at all. That's the bottom line, and this is putting height limits on everything. Councillor Butterfield, you want to add to that?
This puts generally an 8.5 limit on most of the areas. I think there might be one or two that might be 11, but they're only very, very specific sites. There is an existing approval for a 5-storey unit development on the larger Seabreeze site on Gregory Street there, where the Thai restaurant is, but that was one of those examples where it came to council to make a decide, because it actually only had an 8.5 metre height limit from memory. There was mitigating circumstances in that the rock that they were going to put the 2 stories of car parking into is so hard that it couldn't be done. So council took that into consideration. And as everyone's aware, there is a current development application before council or before the regional planning panel for 5- and 6-storey developments on the Rye site.
Yeah, it's just a little concerning. I understand South West Rocks is a beautiful place. I understand that what they're trying to achieve. Worried about even a little bit going back to the high schools, but they're sort of saying, there's not a lot of opportunity in Kempsey, and just one of those things. Maybe if we too hard on with height limits and what they can build, we're not attracting development, we're not attracting jobs, we're not attracting new businesses to the area. Housing shortage, which we talk about all the time, just throws all those things up in the air if we limit it.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Bain, your 5 minutes is up.
No, all good, thank you.
That's all. Thank you. Councillor White, do you want to close debate?
Right.
I'll just find, we need any other speakers before you close debate. Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things along the lines that Councillor Butterfield was talking about, and that's the building heights that just stated that, you know, to come back to council, if it's it can be done through staff within 10%, but also anything above that would need to come to council. So my question is, the precedent that we've set on allowing a 5-story apartment building on Gregory Street, will that set a precedent for further applications which won't come to council, but they'll go to the planning panel? Like, will that set a precedent? Because if they're large developments, they won't come to us. If they're large developments, light development.
Yeah.
Mr. General Manager, thank you.
Large developments that meet certain criteria that takes them to the planning panel. The planning panel still has to work within the LEP, the DCP, etc., of the council. They still work within that. It's up to it's made by the developer as to how they can make the case to be, you know, outside of those limits. And but the process is still the same. That they have to, you know, meet the requirements of our planning instrument and try and make a case to move outside those if
Patterson, yes.
We've had lots of communications, lots of speakers over the years of talking about affordable housing, restricting the possibility of a square of land, say, with a house on it that's like that in it, or a house on it like that that has 3 families in it, you know, going vertical. By restricting the height limit, helping the affordable housing issue at South West Rocks, will be the amount of people that will be allowed ever to live there. So I myself don't support this in that sense. I do believe that in the future we will need to have more vertical development, and I don't think that putting a restriction on is going to help those people that always wanted to come to this area, come to South West Rocks and settle, like many people have, who only have turned up here and bought a place because they used to come here as holiday makers and enjoyed the beaches and the different aspects of fishing and etc. out there. So I really don't think, and I never really have supported this hard restriction on the height all the way through, because I do need, as we need in our area, look at Nambucca Heads, for instance. They've got height, and when you go to Nambucca Heads, you don't think this is a horrible place because they've got some nice development. So yeah, I'm speaking against this.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Saul, you've already asked a question, but you can speak to the motion if you wish.
That's a further question, if I may.
You want to ask more questions?
May I? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, to the GM and planning staff. In the media, we often see where the Premier himself has mentioned he wants to see some higher limits for housing. Is that now coming through to councils, those items, especially Western Sydney, but other areas too, I'm sure? Where do we as a council, Mr. Mayor, where do we as a council play into that, into the Premier and government's plans, please?
Well, I think there's one major difference, Councillor Saul, and that we're country and they're city, and the city has a major problem of everyone coming to immigrants want to live in either Sydney or Melbourne. But Mr. General Manager, you might wish to add to that.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. I think, again, the role the council plays in relation to that is looking at their key planning instruments, which is what you're doing in this case, specifically on this. But over the next 18 months, you're looking at your LEP broadly across the whole of the Shire. So council is actually doing that. In this particular instance, you went through a whole structure plan process, and the feedback from the community and the consideration of the council and the decision of the council at the time was to adopt these height limits. That was the decision of the council. This was then needed to go from a structure plan to be part of the LEP, so it becomes part of the actual formal planning documents. So all we're doing at the moment is really that administrative process of adopting the height limits that council has already adopted for those areas. We are doing a review of the LEP in the next 18 months, and 8 or 10 years' time, a future council will do another review of that. And down that road, you know, in 8 or 10 years' time, the council may at that point say, well, look, where we've got these 8.5 metre limits on there now, we're going to go to, you know, more medium density, of a more medium rise. And I'm careful with the words I use there. I'm not talking about high rise. High rise, you start thinking, you know, 10, 20, 30 stories. You know, people may in the future say, we'll just go, but you don't know that. You've got to make decisions where you are now. And the information you received and the position council adopted was to adopt these height limits on these sites, and then to take that into this planning proposal process to update the LEP so it can be used in terms of planning decisions. So it links into what the state government's asking, but they can do that in relation to their own particular communities.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson, you have a question?
Just in relation to, this is, sorry, computer stopped again. Planning proposal. I know this is just about building heights. In our planning for South West Rocks, I note that Bell O'Connor out at South West Rocks has a number of streets out there that now allow multiple dwellings on it, and they are fairly small blocks of land with up to 4 bedrooms in each side of the block, so 8 bedrooms per house. I just note that, and I know we're only talking about this seems to be height limits, but our infrastructure doesn't necessarily support that, and I hope that council picks that up on the way through in their DA applications, that if you fill a street that doesn't have the parking
Councillor
for this
Patterson,
allowance.
yeah, you're speaking to it a second time. You actually were supposed to be asking a question.
Yeah, okay. Well, my question is that, are council looking at those aspects? Because even though the development itself, people at South West Rocks would understand this, and I work out there continuously, is that the overdevelopment of certain areas, the streets, the restriction of the street access, especially in those streets like I just mentioned, with the allowance of those multiple dwelling on each block, what did council allow in their DAs, like in their application, you know, to
Mr. Jackson,
let the street fill up with.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. Jackson has an answer.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, essentially we've got both zoning controls and then the planning assessment process. The zonings do allow certain types of development, and there certainly are examples where people are lodging development applications which do increase the density of housing on those lots. All of those applications need to be assessed on their merits and in the context of what is surrounding them, and in the context of the fact that similar development could occur on the adjoining blocks and all the surrounding blocks to thus, you know, maximise the density. There are some limitations on what council can do if those applications are essentially legal and in line with the objectives of the zones as defined through both our documents and the New South Wales planning legislation, which our documents form part of. So yeah, essentially they need to be assessed on their merits. They do. There may well be issues regarding the impact on infrastructure, and certainly through contributions, etc. Some of those impacts could be addressed. However, not all of them. Yeah, so slightly long-winded answer, but they need to be assessed on their merits and planning each item as an assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor White, do you wish to close debate, please?
Yes, I do. First, I I just want to raise, yeah, okay, yes, I do want to close that. I just want to address affordable housing, which was raised by my colleagues over there. And I hear you that you're wanting development, hear it loud and clear. But the narrative of affordable low-income housing at Southwest Rocks is just incorrect, because there's no home in Southwest Rocks at $1 million that is available for low housing. And we had a presentation here from our students at St. Paul's that said that a nurse, which is graduate, is on 64,000. There's no way that that is affordable out at Southwest Rocks. I've just done a very quick statistical review while I was listening and said that currently what's available for Southwest Rocks for units, and I'm talking brick mortar multi-story unit, is between 515 and 1.2 million. Not affordable. You can have a 1-bedroom flat though if you're 395. So I just want to, I hear you about the development. I just want to change the story about the social housing. The other thing about social housing is that style of social housing, multi-story, dense housing, that's ghetto style housing, and the narrative and the development of that has changed as well. In fact, FACTS, DCJ, they admit that that model of housing was incorrect, and they now promote, sustainable, livable, breathable, healthy town housing rather than ghetto style multi-story housing where you have, you're just creating social problems in a brick box, basically. We do have some social housing projects in town, and there's another one being built, and they are low rise, low housing and sympathetic. I just wanted to raise a
Councillor White,
okay,
can we just deal with the
desired outcome here?
The motion before us, please.
Got it. The desired outcome here aligns with community expectations and community feedback, where 94% of submissions supported this recommendation. It is not, and it was brought up about social housing, which is okay for them to speak, but not for me. I said it anyway.
Affordable housing.
Yeah, it's compatible.
Order.
Social housing,
White,
affordable
just
housing.
pause for a moment, please. Councillor Patterson and Councillor Saul, if you have a point of order, you'll have to tell me what it is. Councillor Patterson, what's your point of order?
My point of order is, Mr. Mayor, I never mentioned social housing once. I mentioned affordable housing, and I really take it.
Councillor Patterson, there's no point of order for the simple reason that no councillor was named. Councillor Saul, you had a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just felt the tone was condescending. That was my
condensation. No condensation.
Well, condensation either.
Obviously, I'm not a refrigerator. Yes, I again don't see that as anything other than Councillor White addressing the fact that you were talking about bringing more people in, and that's what her response has been in her closing statement. So, Councillor White, would you close, please?
Yeah, I'm actually not saying it's anti-development. I'm just questioning the narrative that is being used. It's not about anti-development. It's about compatible, sympathetic, livable development. If councils are going to renege on our support for this now, it would be leak in that trust bucket of community trust and authenticity, not to mention failed democracy and a token engagement process, because this is what the community wants. 94% of them have said that. We have gone backwards and forwards a few times with the community consultation process. General manager supported this. We should pass it.
Thank you, Councillor White. The general manager puts information up, Councillor White. He doesn't support. He can't have a position. He just
you stated it.
Thank you very much. And he's just reporting back when he talks about this motion. That's a recommendation. It's now the motion before us, and I'm going to put the motion. And my question is there any dissent from the motion before us? There are 3 dissenters. I declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move on to 10.3. Crescent Head Foreshore Community Advisory Group. Terms of reference and expression of interest in the group. It's all there in the recommendation, and I'm mindful of the time. We will start the debate on this. It might be quick, it might not be, but at 12:30 we will adjourn for lunch, and we will need a motion at that point before we go to lunch to cancel meeting afterwards. So Do we have a mover, please, for the recommendation on the Crescent Head foreshore? Councillor Patterson, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. Dead heat with those hands, but Councillor Ring was closer. Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
This has been a very interesting topic, the Crescent Head Foreshore Development Advisory Group. After being to many meetings at Crescent Head in regard to the surf club, many meetings at Crescent Head in regard to the caravan park, many meetings and different advisory groups about the business sector. The one big narrative that I believe in this is that us as council need to make sure that we're looking at the whole of the area, not the area in silos. I was watching the YouTube video last night of a gentleman at Crescent Head stating the fact that we need to be able to look for design on the holistic picture. So I believe as council, we should not be just deciding we're going one direction and this direction. We're only going to look at that area, that area. As council, we are the managers of the Crown lands that we sublet through to different sections, one being the caravan park, one being the country club. So I would put forward an amendment to this that we ask the general manager to bring back a report that covers, is a ring road possible while keeping a modified 6-hole golf course? What are the pros and cons of such a road in terms of traffic movements, road and pedestrian safety, car parking impacts on the golf course, and any other considerations? In considering this, the staff speak with the country club. That's what I would like to put in there as
we just get that read. You can just read it out.
We need to go slower than that to type it in,
Yeah.
Councillor Patterson.
Okay.
We just go line by line.
Line by line, or send your email to or
I need
message
to know how to do
Council.
that, gents.
Can you send it?
I don't know how to do it.
Just read it out and we'll get it up onto the screen.
Okay. Ask the general manager to bring back a report that covers.
Yeah, keep going. Yep.
Is a ring road possible while keeping a modified 6-hole golf course?
Yep. Yep.
What are the pros and cons of such a road in terms of?
Yep.
Traffic movements, comma.
Yep.
Road and pedestrian safety, comma.
Yep.
Car parking, comma.
Yep.
Impacts on the golf course and any other considerations.
Yep.
In considering this, the staff speak with the country club.
Consult.
Consult. Sorry, not real good English.
And that's, have we got all of that?
And the
Councillor Patterson, would you consider changing pros and cons to negatives and positives?
Yep, most certainly.
Because pros can kind of have a different meaning.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Positive and negatives instead of pros and cons.
So,
yep.
In putting this amendment in.
Well, wait till we see it up there, Councillor Patterson. It takes a while, and we'll all see what you've put up as the amended motion, which is your right as the mover.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I was wondering, whether it became the motion. And
well, as the mover, you have that right. Okay, that's how it works.
Yep. Yeah, I think it needs to become the
Councillor
motion.
Patterson, seconded Councillor Ring by a few
That
centimetres
is
from
the
Councillor
motion.
Saul. You've got the information. We haven't got it up yet, but it'll come up.
It needs to read the first one. It needs to become the motion.
Right, Councillor Patterson, your 5 minutes to speak in favour of your motion starts now.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Can I just ask, like, is this a point of order? Because of the motion is in so much contradiction to the motion itself,
Yes.
is there something there that we need to consider? Or no?
We can get advice from general managers, but it's an extra step of work that the general manager is being asked to do. And I don't see it a contradiction at the moment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So the possibility is, Councillor Ferguson, that you can move the original motion as an amendment. That's a possibility if you don't want that amendment. Right. Well, we're having trouble putting the motion up. We get the general idea, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah.
So if you could start speaking now on your motion, please.
Yeah. Once again, after attending many meetings with ratepayers, with tourists, also working out there, so getting to know the other trades out there, the shop owners, builders, etc. We've always been restricted in what we can do at Crescent Head because we've been looking at it in silos, like I said, like looking at that caravan park with no option for the car to finish at the headland and then turn back with no option. A number of years ago, we looked at possibly putting a few more cabins along the front, which didn't go down real well. We didn't work with, and at the time we didn't work with the Crescent Head Surf Club because their Crown land management was different, even though it's Crown land still. We need to work with the caravan park, the management of the car park, the country club to get the best outcome. We just take one opportunity, and this is it, to do that and work with those parties, get a report back, because that's what this asks. Get a report back from the general manager on the pros and cons, on the fors and against, and the possibilities of benefits to the whole community, because this is once again on Crown land that we need to look for benefit for the benefit of the whole community. And I am not saying in any way to restrict any benefit for the country club at all, but I believe with the caravan park and country club, we can work together to have an outcome the whole community can embrace, and that outcome may be what after a report comes back from the general manager, and then it goes out on public exhibition, because I'm not saying now we put it in the ground as a building that's what we're going to do. We need to go back to the community. We need to look at our staff. The possibilities are very vast. After being, I've still got 2.5 minutes, after growing up in the area, going surfing at Crescent Head as a young person for many, many years, enjoying life out at Crescent Head with my family, having family members owning houses out there, working in business out there myself, actually seeing what the possibilities are for the Crescent Head foreshore area is further than the restriction of us just looking at silos. So I look forward to the debate, and I look forward to my councillors supporting this report back from the general manager.
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify something? Is what Councillor Patting has written there at number 6? Because
I think it's the notice of motion.
No. Or is it a motion in its own right?
Yes.
Because I can't see how you can do what you're asking in this and do things that are above there, such as negotiate the lease. You'd need this report to come back before you did that. So, my reading of that is it's a separate motion.
Yeah. For sure.
No, it's actually a motion because no one's moved it. So it's actually a motion because no one moved anything else. I don't think. Is that right?
So you want to remove the original motion?
Yeah.
Move the original motion.
bring back a notice of motion in a future meeting.
No. I acknowledge
No, it's not
that
saying don't do it. No, it's not saying do it.
strong
So it's not.
community support 21 year renewal.
General Manager, give us more advice. Thank
Yep.
you,
Yeah.
Councillor Patterson.
So Councillor Patterson, Councillor Ring moved the original motion. But Councillor Patterson has now put up this, which would be an amendment, and as to move the original motion, he could accept that as the original motion, and therefore it would become the original motion.
That works.
I think reading this, that this recommendation here would be something that would come after a report back from the, so I think this would become, and I would like it to become the actual motion.
Yeah,
this says endorse the Foreshore Advisory Group expression of position.
It replaces
Notes that the operation of CRESCENT Holiday Park is outside the TOR for the Community Advisory Group. So all the different notes in this one through to 5 are something that would be addressed in a report that comes back.
Thank you. So it's basically deferring implementation of the recommendation before us and waiting for that report. And when that report comes back, the effect would, if we passed it, then have to consider the negotiating the lease with a country club.
Could I move?
I'd like more clarification, please, General Manager.
Certainly the way I read this is that we would do this piece of work. We would bring a report back on this, and we would probably be inclined to actually, based on that report, have some other information about the other areas, but it would really depend on what that report looks like. But we'd certainly look at trying to get this report back, and it defers the consideration of the 21-year lease at this point until you get this bit of information.
And is that something that's doable, Mr. General Manager, or is that something that's workable for council staff?
Look, it's doable. Having just read it, time frame wise, there's a reasonable work in this. It will take us a few months to get a report back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the question, I suppose, then to my fellow councillors is a few months worth something that could go beyond 21 years. This is something that it could be generational. If a report came back, I'm saying if the report came back that this proposal could be workable.
That's a question.
I have a procedural matter too, but he has one first.
Right, well, and procedural matter comes first. Do you have a question about procedure? No, he's got the next speaker.
Well, can I just clarify that Councillor Patterson is replacing the original motion? I'd like to foreshadow that if this motion is defeated, that we'd return to the original motion.
No, what you do is you move that the original motion is your amendment.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. When I move an amendment, that the original motion be the amendment.
Thank you. We have an amendment. Do we have a seconder? We're pausing or to get more information.
So we do need to foreshadow the original. So we do foreshadow others. Yeah. So
Can you explain why, please?
Okay.
We've got the original motion.
Yeah. So I try
This
and
is the
explain
original
this. It is complicated. We keep saying local government simple, but it's not. So what happened? Councillor Patterson removed the original motion. And as we know, when someone moves an amendment or something they want to be considered, the original mover of the motion can accept that into their motion. So that's what Councillor Patterson did. He accepted that into his, which is what's in front of you. So that now became the motion. Doesn't need the second to agree to that, because the second doesn't have to. So that's become the motion. So now that's the motion. Councillor Bain is correct in foreshadowing the original motion, that should this not get up, the original motion will then get brought forward as the next thing you will debate. No, you're not voting on an amendment. No. You're voting on this, which is the motion. This is the motion, not an amendment. This is the motion. Yeah, yeah. And the original one will go, if this is lost, you'll go with that. If this gets up, it gets up, and we act on it. If this is lost, then Councillor Bain has foreshadowed the original motion, which you would then debate.
Mr. General Manager, I'm going to have to disagree with you. If someone moved, like Councillor Ferguson moved that we fly kites from the top of the hill, that's an amendment to this motion. Well, no, in relation to the Crown land or whatever. It's an amendment. That amendment then has to be debated before we come back to the original motion. I ruled that.
And we do that all the time.
Yeah, I ruled that he did, and that's fine.
Yeah. So now it's the motion because he accepted.
Yes, I understand that. But now someone could move another amendment to it.
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Someone can move another amendment.
And Councillor Bain is moving another amendment called the original motion.
No, he said he forfeited. Yeah. Otherwise, you go on.
Yeah.
Around in circles all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So the best course of action is exactly what Councillor Bain's done, was actually foreshadow that.
Right, Councillor Bain, we will get to the same end. We'll have a result where we all agree democratically on the final outcome. So I'll take that as a foreshadowed motion. Thank you, Councillor Bain. And Councillor Ferguson, and looking at the time, we've got 5 minutes for you to speak.
Oh, no, just a procedural question, if I may. If I move a motion, then I can amend it and accept it and completely change it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So I just said, which you may not have heard, that someone else could move something that's totally different, and you could accept it as the original motion and completely change it. Yeah.
Going around in circles, but we're going to get there because we'll find a door soon. Councillor Wyatt.
Before any of this debate was discussed anyway, I'm just wondering, well, I feel that the heading of this is not appropriate. It says Council Managed Land and the Crescent Head Foreshore Advisory Group, TOR. Like if someone's going to be searching for this in the future, they're not going to pick up a golf course lease or anything. And I think that we should add golf course lease and other to this heading of business. As general business as Council Managed Land and the Crescent Head Advisory Group, TOR. That's not, there's other things in this notice of motion that we're addressing, particularly the golf course lease and now the road.
Yes, I understand your point and I understand searching for it, but this is on the agenda. That's the heading. We can't change the agenda item because it's got to be published for the 5 business days. So it can't change the heading. It can have a different outcome. And that's what Councillor Patterson's motion does. It could have its outcome if we go in favour of it. Any further speakers, please, on Councillor Patterson and Councillor Ring's motion that's up on the screen? Councillor Bain and then Councillor Ferguson.
I'd like to speak against the motion. That I'm be quite welcoming to that was brought if it was brought in as new business at a future date. But I think what we were talking about was the terms of reference and the EOI. I think there's very clear community support that of renewing the lease, and the message that I got in listening to the public forum yesterday was that sooner negotiations are entered into, the better. I think the discussion of a ring road may well be a part of a future, but I think we need to stick with what we were talking about in the first place. This is kind of a bit. I find it quite confusing that suddenly what we were there and prepared to talk about has been changed to a completely different option. So I would ask my colleagues to not support this, and let's return to the original motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question, if I may. I think like the ring road itself, for me personally, who's not a golfer, has merit, and there is merit to getting traffic moving. However, we've got 1,200 local residents who've shown support of the country club renewing their 21-year lease. When they did that, was there information there regarding a ring road, or did they just do it with the lease in mind only?
I don't know the answer to that question. Mr. General Manager, do they?
No, what I'm asking is, like, there's 1,200 people said that they'll support the ongoing lease to the golf club. Did they have in the back of their mind that there could have been a ring road going through it as well as an option.
Look, I don't believe they did, because there's only been some members, some parts of the community pushing the ring road, other parts have not. What is currently before you doesn't stop us entering into a 21-year lease, and at some point that will come back to council. All this will simply do is say, have a report come back to you to say whether this thing, what are the pros and cons, what it might look like, can it actually be done, might not be able to be done, and that. So, and then you'll have another report that actually says, our intention from a staff point of view is still to enter into that 21-year lease. All this is asking is, can it be done with a modified golf course? It's not getting rid of the golf course. So it implies that the lease will still proceed. This will just delay entering into those negotiations. The lease isn't due until 2027. So there's time, I guess, is what I'm saying. There's time to do this. But by reading this, implication is that the lease will still proceed. It's just exactly what that lease will look like. Might have a ring road there, it might not. Yeah, that's all it is. It just simply delays it by a few months.
I see some lights on, and I will be asking you to speak after we adjourn for lunch when we come back. But I first of all need a motion to work beyond the 1 p.m. close down. Councillor Bunn, seconder, Councillor Ferguson. Any dissent? No dissent. We will continue after 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. And we're adjourning not at 12:09, at 12:29.
Back at I'll be back by 1:45. We're going off for lunch and eat lunch.
Back at 1:40. We're up very quickly.
Yeah.
Order, councillors. We're back from lunch. And we are resuming debate on 10.3, Crescent Head Foreshore Community Advisory Group Terms of Reference and Expression of Interest, which is 10.3. And we're having people speak to it. At present, I've got Councillor Butterfield and then Councillor Saul on the list to speak. Councillor Butterfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd just like to speak on this motion. I think just with what we've been through recently in the past, I think it's probably a good idea that obviously it was 1,200 people originally before proposed the motion before, but I think with everything else that's been talked about here, with the ring road, extra parking, maintain the golf course as a 6-hole golf course, pedestrian safety, congestion, all these people didn't have this information prior, and I think it's a good idea to go out and talk to all involved, people impact, and come back with a report. We're all more informed on it. I think it's just that we've been shot in the foot so many times, or shot ourselves in the foot so many times recently, and I think this is probably one way to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I echo comments from Councillor Butterfield and from Councillor Patterson. Mr. Mayor, information is very important, and if we get this report back, we'll know exactly where we stand on issues, and then we can make a fully informed decision, which I think is a critical part of any decision making. So I support the motion and hope the councillors do as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Payne, you wanted to speak? Or
I've spoken, so I've got 2 questions, please.
Yes.
One is, would the adoption of this this proposal delay the formation of a community group, which has been on the agenda for a while? That's question 1.
Yep.
And question 2.
We'll go with question 1 first. Thank you, Councillor Payne. Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I've actually just been looking at the existing of the originations and just seeing how many of those may be able to be included in there. Yes, it would delay the establishment of that until this report came back, and you would continue on. It would delay that work. Looking at that original recommendation, number 1 notes the strong support for the 21-year lease. That could go into this without any impact on what is there. Removes the golf club lease from the terms of reference community group. That could go in there. And notes that the operation of the Crescent Head Holiday Park is outside the terms of reference, which was number 4, and the plans to be exhibited March to April. That could go in there as well. So those 3 from the original ones probably could, but you couldn't put number 2 in, and you couldn't put number 5 in, I don't believe, until you've got this report back.
Second question then is, would it be possible to expand the terms of reference for the community advisory group to include both the golf club, the country club, and the holiday park, and bring up the concept of the road with that as a part of a whole picture with that group? Would that be possible?
Mr. General Manager.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Anything's possible. It's up to the councillors. It's something that the council has been discussing probably for the last 3 or 4 years, as long as it's been on the table. And the position has been that and I think where we've got to with that consultation process, the golf club now, it's clear that there's very strong support to maintain that and to enter into a lease with them on that. What's been proposed by Councillor Patterson here, my reading of that says that would go ahead. It just may be modified slightly. So if that's the case, is there need for that to be included in the terms of reference? And then the holiday park, I'm not sure exactly what the terms of reference will do, because as soon as you start to, this is about the spatial usage there. If you start pulling into that boundary, we've actually got a lease arrangement with the holiday parks. If you start pulling into that, you start pulling into one of the only ways council actually makes money and puts downward pressure on ratepayers. And if people are starting to take away space that is used commercially in those areas, then council's just putting itself, well, you're working against your own resolutions in terms of your financial sustainability. I'm not sure if Mr. Mitchell might want to add a little bit more to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was probably just going to echo the General Manager's comments. You know, what we've been very clear on in terms of a lot of the reports that have come back in relation to Crescent Head and the foreshore work has been very much trying to maintain the boundary of the holiday park so that we don't compromise that as a commercial business for council to generate revenue and income, which, as the General Manager correctly stated, does allow us to you know, offset or, you know, address some of those financial sustainability challenges that we do have. By bringing that into the terms of reference, I'm not sure what, apart from boundary parts, and we then start tying up things around work that's actually going to be happening within the boundary of the holiday parks. We are going to obviously exhibit, as the report says, the updated concept plan so that we can proceed with that. So there'd be an opportunity for the community to talk about the concept plans as part of a process like we always do when we go out and in terms of public exhibition. Having it as part of the terms of reference, I think then would start to impede our management of the holiday parks beyond that.
Thank you. Right, now the light's on.
Yes.
Oh, Councillor White, I'm sorry, I didn't see yours.
That's right. I speak against this motion on the basis of 1,200 people here have supported, you know, have supported the entering into a new lease with the Crescent Head golf course. We've also had a presentation from the gentleman yesterday and back in March last year talking about, and he had actually answered a bit of that question, but admittedly that's come from him himself, is that a 9-hole golf course, reducing it would have an impact. The other thing is that we have the Crown Land Plan of Management, and in that we've expressed the intent that we were not going to change the footprint of that golf course. So I was just going to ask a question around that. So we communicated the intent that there was going to be no reduction in the footprint of that golf course in that Crown Land Plan of Management. Does the Crown Land Plan of Management include the golf course as a 9-hole golf course? And six-hole golf course as it is now, at a reduced footprint?
Mr. General Manager?
The draft Crown Land Plan includes a 6-hole golf course.
In its current footprint?
No, it actually says we have to enter into a lease and we also have to deal with the boundaries. So this is still an option in that. And what Councillor Patterson's put there does not exclude the fact that, well, it actually makes it very clear that it's a modified 6-hole golf course. So it still keeps the 6-hole golf course. Should this be something council decides, so there's still more decisions to make around this. So it's not doing any disservice to the 1,200 people who've submitted. It's actually acknowledging that. And I think, as I mentioned in response to Councillor Bain's point, that if items 1, 3 and 4 are added to it, you actually move it along and you actually, particularly item 1, you acknowledge those submissions if you were to include that item 1 as an addition to this motion that's been put forward by Councillor Patterson. So if you included that items 1, 3 and 4 off the original recommendation, you give a clear direction about where you're heading, which is still down that lease option. It's just you got to determine exactly what that boundary is going to look like.
So confusion. I thought that boundary was already looked like in the Crown Land Plan Management. So the second question then is around what a positive and negative report looks like, and can you please outline a resourcing, like what sort of council resourcing are we looking at? Would we be looking at a consultant? Would we be looking at having to do some literature review and some legal review and some community consultation? Like, can you just give us an estimate, please, of time, cost, and whether it needs to be included in the DP and OP for this financial year, which means that there would be an opportunity cost of something coming out? So could you just sort of unpack that and have a look at what are we voting on here in terms of cost, opportunity cost lost, timeframes?
Yeah. Having just seen this as it's come up this morning, I'm been trying to work through that. I would hope to get a report back, which would be basically a concept of whether it could or couldn't, what a road might look like. That can largely be done in-house. the pros and cons would largely be done in-house on that. The positive and negatives would all largely be done in-house. I'm not really seeing a need for a consultant to do a basic overview of this. It'd be something that we've got the expertise in there. We would need to speak to the country club because the big issue there, from what I've just looked at and speaking to the mayor who's played the course, 2 greens and 1 T-bed would have to be slightly moved in the process. So we need to have a look at what those impacts are, and that's part of what that process is. It specifically says impacts on the golf course. So we'd be looking at that, and then how that actually, if those holes affect their PGA status or not, exactly what happens with it. So that would be all the information and come back to council.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson was next, and you have a question. Yeah, Councillor Ferguson, please.
Can I propose an amendment to add 1, 3 and 4 to the currently? Is that the right way of doing that?
You certainly can, and that once you've moved that amendment, before you get a seconder, the mover may accept it into his motion.
Could I ask through the general manager, doable, possible, and we're not tying council in into the corner of any issue that can't be dealt with under this recommendation? So is this something that's doable? These adding on, what numbers were they?
Yeah,
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, through
1, 3 and 4.
Yeah. So number 2 there would not be there. Yeah. So what would be added would be from the original recommendation is number 1, which is noting the strong support for the 21-year renewal of the country club lease. Yeah. With over the 1,200 submissions. So that would actually be included. Number 3, which removes the golf club lease from the terms of reference for the community advisor group, would be added. And then number 4, which is notes that the operation of the Crescent Holiday Park is outside the terms of reference of the community advisor group, and that revised concept plans will be exhibited in March and April. So they are all doable and could be added to that to allow some of that work to continue. What it does do is make a very clear statement from council that their intention, whatever the outcome of this other report, is to enter into a 21-year lease with the golf course. It makes that very, very clear. That is your intention, is you'll still be doing that, whatever comes out of this report.
Happy to accept them into that.
Right, thank you. They've been accepted into your motion, Councillor Patterson. Working on that right now. Did you have any further to say, Councillor Ferguson?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, you had a question.
Mr. Mayor, that was going to be my question, so it's been dealt with by Councillor Ferguson.
Righto. So hopefully that's what's now up on the screen. We'll just make check of that, everyone.
Yeah.
Councillor Patterson, you happy with that? Thank you. Councillor Bain, you have a question?
I have, now that we've got these other things back in, I've got a proposed amendment for part 3, and that would be, I've sent the words through to Mr. Thorogood, to expand the terms of reference for the community advisory group to include the operation of the Crescent Head Holiday Park, and I'll need to speak to that because I'd like to respond to what the General Manager and what Director Mitchell said, and then that the revised concept plan be exhibited in March to April prior to being reported back to a future council meeting for adoption.
So you're moving an amendment now?
I'm moving the amendment to expand the tour to include the Crescent Head Holiday Park, and if that's supported, then I'll speak to why.
So Councillor Patterson may accept it into the motion. He's thinking about it.
From the General Manager, his comment on if that came in, because there is a reason why it's notes that the operation of Crescent Holiday Park is outside the terms of reference. I would like to hear from council what those changes are, these questions on that proposal.
But first of all, we'll get a response from the General Manager, then we'll come to you, Councillor Bain.
I'll give a response to him as well, before we have any more debate. My reading of that would be like number 3 would read something like notes that the operation of the Crescent Head Holiday Park is inside the terms of reference or is to be included in the terms of reference. That something like that. our staff recommendation in this was to remove that for the reasons we actually gave. We don't believe it should be part of the terms of reference for the reasons both Mr. Mitchell and myself gave. You start to play around with the operations of those parks. The other thing with it is that you end up running the risk as the state government looks at our management. We're one of the only councils that still actually very effectively manages holiday parks. If the state government get concerns about that, we run the risk of them taking them back over.
Well, under those circumstances, I will not accept it into this.
Thank you. So, Councillor, you now still want to move the amendment?
I still want to move the amendment, but I need a seconder.
You need a seconder. Councillor Wyatt seconds it. So, Councillor Bain, would you like to speak to it?
Yes. Yeah. Look, there is some room and some flexibility to adjust some boundaries without the overall size of the caravan park. Now, there are some precedents of recent changes to changes to the lease. When the shed was relocated, there was a bit of quid pro quo around. We had to take away some space, but we gave back, I think, by allowing a cabin to be built. There was some quid pro quo there where the overall caravan park didn't, because we took 2 camping spots. I probably need some clarification on that. But there's also, the amendment of the Willow Street overflow parking for the caravan park, which isn't part of the original lease, but has been sort of amended so that caravan park, not residents, but people that are visiting the caravan park can use that as an overflow parking area where public don't have access to it. And also the ambulance station wasn't originally part of the caravan park, but is now, I believe. So I would say that those are 3 precedents to say that we can play with boundaries a bit. And if we're going to ask a community group to work together to be an advisor, we want to make sure that the tour's got the terms of reference has got sufficient flexibility that it is authentic consultation, not being limited by a terms of reference which says you can't, you can't bring up these different ideas. Now, in terms of the ring road, I'd say, well, hang on, let's expand it to include the golf course. But I think that we don't need to go there. But I'd be happy to support this if we can make the tour inclusive of options for the caravan park. Now, that's all it is saying people can discuss options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and I'll now speak against your amendment and the whole motion before us. No light was on, so I get a chance to speak. I want us to go back to the original recommendation, which has been thought out by staff, and it's nowhere in that original recommendation does it talk about a ring road. As far as I can see, with so many people, there were 1,200 people supporting the idea of the golf club as is. We bring up the fact that we want to put a road through the golf course. We're going to have a lot of uproar from Peterson Head. We've seen that in the past. We'll see it again if this is adopted with the amendment from Councillor Bain. As far as I'm concerned, we should vote this down. We should go back to the original recommendation, which is a foreshadowed motion by Councillor Bain. So that will be an interesting thing to have an amendment defeated and then your foreshadowed motion come forward. But for me, it's a waste of time for us to go down this path of this motion before us. It's a waste of time because it delays everything. We've seen in the past a waste of time, and this will be adding to staff time, a lot of staff time to go through the process of doing the positives and negatives, of doing community consultation. And I think the result will come back. This is from my talking to the community. They are going to say no. There'll be a very loud noise of no and petitions and protests, in my opinion, because they don't want to see a change that affects the golf course as is. So I'm suggesting we defeat this and we bring the foreshadowed motion forward, which is the original motion, and it will be more effective. We'll get positive feedback from the community if we do the original motion. If we adopt the present one before us, I think we will get a lot of negative feedback because it's delaying something they've already had community consultation on. They want the golf course as is with the country club. The country club has done the survey. They are in support of this recommendation. As you heard from the general manager of the country club, there is strong support for this lease to go ahead. They've got the plans. They've put the plans out in front of the community. The community is supporting the idea of the water being reticulated onto the golf course and making that golf course superb no matter what the weather. For me, we're mucking with something we shouldn't be. We should get back to the original motion as the staff recommended to us. We can disagree with the staff, and that's the option that's before you if you vote in favour of the motion or the amended motion. But to me, the original recommendation is the one that has been thought through by the staff. We should support the staff on this because it is the best course forward for the Crescent Head community, in my opinion. Do we have any other speakers? No reply. Oh, yeah.
Reply to the amendment.
Councillor Patterson, we're about to put the motion as amended, and you have a right as the original mover to speak and reply. Okay.
Yes.
I'm asking you to. Yeah. Go for it.
Of Councillor Bain's amendment.
On the amendment.
You get the right of reply. Excuse me. You get the right of reply twice. Once on the amendment, and then depending on what happens to that, to your motion, if that then gets up.
Okay. So just on the amendment, we have a long-term lease that gives our assurity to the park operator. And I don't want to put the unknown into the lease, which is one of the few money makers that we have in our community going in management. We know that having this, which is, can I ask a question as I'm going? No, we know as having the Crescent Head Holiday Park as one of the best earners for Kempsey Shire Council that go towards management of the Crown lands, and also best attraction. We need to have that made sure that that lease is not being played with at all. That a business lease that's been entered into with the manager of, I believe there are 4 of our other parks that they manage. So I'm against bringing that into it, because we need to just stick with the amendment as the motion that I put through that addresses that there's strong community support in the 21-year renewal, and it addresses the golf course lease, and it also expands the TOR for the community advisory group. So yeah, this is just requesting a general manager to bring back the report. So without getting too complicated, like has been explained to us by our general manager and Director Mitchell, that we shouldn't go down that track, and I will be that inclusion into the motion that I have put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We'll now vote on the amended motion that is before you. Is there any dissent on that motion before you?
You're voting on the amendment, which is Arthur's. Councillor Bain on the motion. Yeah.
So, no, I'll just be sure. Councillor Ring, it's up to you how you vote. Okay, you have to make a decision, and you're voting either in favour of this one right before you, with the change in as moved by Councillor Bain. So you're voting against it. Okay, so I'll put the motion again. All those
just clarify for me
Yes.
as well. Sorry,
Yes.
we're only voting on the inclusion of number 3.
Yes.
Right.
Well, it's part of it's becomes If it was passed, it'd become the whole motion. But if it's defeated, we go back to the original motion. Okay.
Just becomes, yeah, right, sorry.
No, it's all right.
So it just becomes, huh?
No, don't
So-
change it. Don't.
So we are voting on all of that to become the motion,
Yes.
and then we talk about it more, and then we vote on that to be approved or not approved.
Yes.
And if it's lost, you
We go back to the original one.
motion that Councillor Patterson
And
has
that's what I
done,
just.
the change to number 3. That's all. And then if that's lost, you go back to the foreshadowed motion that Councillor Bain put forward, which was the original recommendation.
I hope I'm not confused.
Thank you for explaining that again, Mr. General Manager. Yes, I understood it, but yes, Councillor White, have you got it now? Well, just consider what's there on the screen now. You're either for or against it, and what happens next we'll decide on after we vote, okay? So you either support or you don't support that. So I'll ask you again, is there any dissent with the motion in front of you? Put your hand up. Declare it lost. We now go back to the original motion, and there's only 2 people who have not spoken on the motion. That's Councillor Ring and myself.
Just point of clarity, we're not going back to the original motion, we're going back to Councillor Patterson's motion.
Yes, that is the original motion.
The original motion.
That's the motion.
Because it's been, okay.
Recommendation is different from the original motion. We're now with Councillor Patterson. So as everyone has spoken, except for Councillor Ring and myself, according to my records, Councillor Ring, do you wish to speak for or against the original motion? Okay, well, I will speak against the original motion again, because I think the original recommendation should come out. We shouldn't be going along this way of talking about a ring road. I remember bringing it up on a works inspection by councillors way back when, and I thought there was an idea then. But from me, the feedback from the community ever since that time is no, they don't want the ring road. If we go with this, we're going to investigate it. Great, and I think the consultation will come back. It's not to go ahead, but it's going to put extra time and staff time on making this motion before us a resolution. All the work that council staff have to do and all the consultation and the time will delay things that to finalise what needs to happen. So I recommend that you don't vote in favour of this, and as Councillor Ring hasn't spoken and doesn't want to, I will be asking Councillor Patterson in a moment to close debate on the motion. Do you have a question, Councillor?
A question, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, yes.
Has this been put to the community officially in the past?
No. There hasn't been a discussion. I've seen social media and debates out there about a ring road, but it hasn't been put to the community as a consultation item as far as I can remember, Mr. General Manager. No, it hasn't.
Can we put it to the community prior to doing expensive research and that sort of thing? So rather than do a plan up and work out whether it's actually possible or not, can we put it to the community first? And if they are completely against it,
It's still
the story.
Yeah, it still costs money, but General Manager will explain the reasons, please.
It's through, Mr. Mayor. I think you actually, if you're going to put something to the council, to the community, you need to know what you're putting, and you need this piece of work, I think, done to be able to put. Because if you say it's a ring road, what does that mean? What does it look like? What's the impacts? What are the positive? What this is asking for is those positive and negative things. What's car parking comes with it? How does it help or hinder flow? All those sorts of things. So I think you need to do this piece of work before you put it to the community, because then you've got something concrete that they can go, I get that, or I don't like that, whatever it is. But at the moment, all you're doing is saying a ring road. We really don't know what it is.
Councillor Patterson, would you like to close debate on your motion? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just make first off a point about Councillor Ferguson was making in relation to this, to go back out to community for consultation. That is what this motion is going to do with the report back from the General Manager. The Crown lands, this is where things get complicated. The Crown's lands is, what's the wording? Could I ask Mr. General Manager, what's the wording of what Crown lands is for, what is it is for.
Well, not really. You're in.
Okay, I'm closing debate. Okay, so the Crown lands that I'm aware of is for the people of New South Wales. So, noting that the queries of the community, and it's been spoken about, has the community seen this? Has the community, there was talk at lunchtime that they've heard about it, that there's murmurs about it, that someone said about it. Well, we need to be a strong council and put it in writing to the community of this as an option. We don't know what that reply is going to be. I've given up trying to decide right. I know which way the community is going to vote when I haven't even put it to them, or we haven't even put it to them. The golf course, tennis court, and the clubhouse we were spoken to in the forum yesterday from the manager of the club, that they're looking to do renovations and some building there. That conversation may involve this conversation as well. So we're looking at this whole job holistically. Don't forget, 2027 is when we're looking to have the lease signed, when it needs to be signed by the club. So we are not rushing into this. We are being responsible. We're listening to community feedback by getting and asking feedback from our community, not by saying we're not going to ask for feedback, we're going to put it in a hard bin and we're going to come back to you in 5 years' time when this arises again. Let's put it out there now. Let's find out what the possibilities are. Let's see what we can do, what we can rather think. This is how I think. I rather think forward than backwards. The cup's half full, not half empty. So I look for the support from my fellow councillors on this, because this is a very important part of showing our community that we don't look for design in silos. We look for design holistically. Thank you. I look for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll now put for you on the screen. Is there any dissent? 3 against, 5 in favour. It's carried. And we now move on to the next item, which is 10.4. Proposed dwelling, Marlin Circuit Head development application. And Councillor Saul, you wish to speak to it, so you're the mover. Seconder, please. Councillor Bain, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be very brief as the clock is ticking. I want to commend the report. It's very thorough, and I do think it's a way forward for the people here and for the area. So again, I commend the staff on their excellent report, and I think it's a wonderful thing that we can accommodate another family in the Macleay. So I hope you support the motion. So,
thank you, Councillor Saul. Any further speakers? Councillor White.
Oh, okay, sure, thanks. It's come up in the previous one as well. So yes, there is a clause that does allow for flexibility to go above those height limits. And so my question is that the intent here is 64% outside of flexibility, which is a lot. 65% is. Can you just explain why this development cannot comply with the local environment plan height restrictions? Is it a design issue? Is it a property owner preference? Or is it engineering constraints of the site? So please explain why they're seeking a 64% flexibility, which is big flexibility.
64% variation is called. Yeah. Mr. Jackson.
Obviously, we cannot speak 100% on behalf of the owners and the applicant as to why this is what they want to do. One of the key reasons that they've raised is that they'd like a single level home, which obviously provides greater accessibility throughout the property, which would suit different stages of life. The sloping site is quite heavily sloping, and they are fitting firefighting and rainwater tanks underneath the property. Yes, they could have stepped the property, but I guess incur costs and complexities, and as I say, particularly with regards to accessibility, whether that's their key motivation or whether they simply prefer a single level home, it's obviously not ours to say. In this instance, they have pointed to the fact that they're not impacting others, their neighbours, unduly through this. They're not visible from the street, so the impact on the surrounding areas is minimal, and they this is their preference, which, as the report states, we can see no reason not to support.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Councillor White, another question?
Yeah, I mean, clause 4.6 does allow for exemptions, and I was noting there that the clause allows flexibility to provide better outcome for the development, not necessarily neighbours or viewscapes for other precincts or ridge tops view or anything like that. But I'm satisfied with the answer that you've provided. But I just note, flexibility it says better outcomes for and from development. It doesn't talk about better outcomes for and from neighbours or any other matter, except that when you consider it in your assessment process.
Excuse me, could I interrupt just for 1 second? I apologise for this. I'm looking at this and I've only just realised I happen to know this person. I'm going to leave the room.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just, that's a non-pecuniary, non-significant. Well, I don't know about the significance, but yes, Councillor Patterson has left the room. Thank you. Mr. Jackson, could you answer the question?
Yeah, I'm not sure there was a 100% question in there, but however, there was I guess you focused in on the fact that it's for the development. However, of course, we are assessing development as being the overall facility. So whilst the wording may suggest that it's only about the impacts of the actual development and on the development itself, we consider development to be a holistic approach.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
Yes, I'd like to speak in support of this. I think looking at the plan, it has to exceed the height limit because of the terrain it's being built on. I welcome the fact that there's been looked at the bushfire management and the biodiversity impacts, stakeholder engagement. There has been no submissions regarding the development, so we can assume from that there's no problems with neighbours. So I fully support this, and can we
A quick question, if I may, Mr. General Manager or Mr. Jackson. This is a variation on our allowance. Will passing this set a precedent anyway for other developments in the Shire?
No, like council have adopted these sorts of things time and time again, and councils all over the state have.
In that circumstance, the 10% variation allowed, anything above that, these sorts of developments will still come to council in the future.
Oh, correct.
Yeah. Thank you. I certainly need to be sure of that. Any other speakers? Councillor Saul, you wish to close debate?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think it's straightforward. We'll vote as it is, please.
Righto, I'll put it to the vote. Is there any dissent on the application before us? The motion before us, I should say. Yeah, it's carried and is now the resolution of council. We need to find Councillor Patterson to bring you back. We need you back, Councillor Patterson. No, that's fine. It's we just need to clarify, was it a significant interest or just non-significant? Okay, thank you. Clarify that, thank you. And you want to be back for this next one. We're now on 10.5, prioritisation of sealing of unsealed roads. And we have the recommendation of council. I'm sure Councillor Patterson would like to move it.
Yes, thank you.
And do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Saul. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I understand the procedures that looking at this prioritisation of the unsealed roads to become sealed roads has been quite, I suppose I would say, difficult. That, like me, I believe that all our roads in our shire would be fantastic for them all to be sealed. We must have a priority list, looking at the necessity, the needs, the development, the future of that particular area out at Columbatti, and noting that I actually live on a tarred section, so it doesn't affect me at all.
Doesn't make a difference.
That the priority needed to be re-looked at. So I look forward to my fellow councillors supporting this. When I say it, that once again, I support powering roads, but I've got to keep going in lottery to get that to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, wonderful to see another good report come back from staff. Our roads, again, one of the high priorities of the community and of council. But the most important thing is we must ensure the community understands that by supporting the resolution today, that it's unfunded. That's important. So I'm hoping the communication department can have that clearly stated that yes, we do support that, but yes, we're waiting funds to actually do any actual work. So as long as they can be well known, Mr. Mayor.
And Councillor Saul, is the wait on funding a short-term or a long-term thing, in your opinion?
I'd say with our Premier telling us that with the grants, well, actually our share of the GST funding has diminished. I think many grants all over different areas of government will be cut back. Obviously, you cannot spend what you haven't got. Simple as that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor White, please.
Yes, I just want to acknowledge that I just want to note that the Pipes Creek community will not be happy with the outcome and have been advocating to have their road sealed for many years. And we had presentations from and information supplied by those Pipes Creek residents and they addressed the public forum. It is very disappointing for them and for the community that that road was not sealed within the time frame, and no doubt that it will be far more costly to do it in the future. And sadly, funding and access to funding, and it's critical to apply for funding, and the criteria to apply for that funding and the competition amongst the whole country and New South Wales, it's not easy. So it's a massive task. For me, it's difficult to vote against the data here. And I think the population and growth data provided by the Pairways criteria is important to acknowledge. So I will be supporting this, but I just acknowledge the disappointment of the Pipes Creek community, and that they're probably feeling a little let down by this. And I wish that we could have A and A together. And I just want to acknowledge their disappointment.
Thank you, Councillor White. Quick question, Mr. General Manager, were there any speakers wanting to talk on this item at the public forum?
Through Mr. Mayor, surprisingly, no. I was very happy.
Yep, that they are concerned, but I think, like Councillor White has just said, they saw the facts and figures and see that prioritisation is not going to change much over the lack of funding into the future. So, that's my speaking in favour of the motion. Councillor, there's no other lights on. Do you want to close debate?
Yeah, just a tiny little bit of feedback from being born and bred in the area, and noting that over the many years that this road was highly utilised for flood access when we did not have the highway bypass, and then the development that's been going on in that area right through that whole Columbatti area, while there's no races to the finish line with whose road gets tarred first, but I believe, like the report says, the cost benefit analysis is what this is all about, and the reasons why that this road came a priority over Pipers Creek Road. So I look forward to my fellow council supporting this, and also hoping that our lovely Premier grants us some money in the future so we can go right through to F on our road sealing projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And it's not my part to say I support you on this, but I won't. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? With no dissent, declare it carried. And I think the next one with all the withdrawals were at 10:11. Would that be right? We're going back to Crescent Head Holiday Park shed relocation. It's on page 53 of the agenda. Recommendation is that council notes the final cost of the Crescent Head Holiday Park maintenance shed project. Do we have a mover, please? Councillor Bain. Do we have a Councillor Ferguson? Councillor Bain, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'd just like to put in a slight amendment. The council notes the final cost of the Crescent Head Holiday Park maintenance shed project and has put strategies in place to ensure that, what's my words, that we've put strategies in place to make sure that such an incident doesn't occur again, which is what we discussed earlier in the questions. Are we comfortable with that?
Yes, we'll see that on the screen.
As part of a continuous improvement process, maybe, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have the words ready there, Mr. Thorogood. On.
We'll see it come up on the screen. Then, Councillor Bain, you may be able to speak to it. And your time.
I think we've had.
No, not yet. Simon, please.
What's that?
I put strategy in place to make sure such an incident doesn't happen, and part of the continuous improvement program. Yeah, I think you need to change doesn't to does not.
We'll clean it up.
Yeah, if you can clean
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I just think we've already discussed this. We've had the questions about it. I think we just need to acknowledge that we are engaged in a continuous improvement process, and that we absolutely recognise that errors will happen, but we use those errors as to inform that continuous improvement. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
Any further debate or questions? Councillor White.
Guys, I was going to bring up that as well, and I do have some sort of points for consideration too. And I was going to ask what has been done to rectify this. And I'm aware in other organisations they have like an after-action review process for critical incidents and issues. There's a lessons learned process at the completion of projects, especially grants. Some organisations have modules linked to a work health and safety system for improvements alongside with reporting and hazards. These are all part of what Councillor Bain has suggested for institutions and organisations to be meaningfully engaged, working to document and improve and evaluate their processes. So if that is captured in there, I am happy for that. What type of evaluation? What type of evaluation improvement process has been used in this matter?
Mr. John,
what are your lessons learned?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a slightly different one because there's been a huge amount of input in relation to the lessons learned from the community and the councillors themselves. A lot of that advice has been taken on board about that process. We certainly more aware of ensuring that where the issues happened with this was a changeover in staff. So we need to make sure that we have got appropriate processes in place for handover when staff are leaving the organisation and new staff commencing. That's really where this issue originated. If that's in place, then we would have been confident that it would have gone through appropriately. We've also got improvement in our comms that we're actually looking at how we do that. Part of it will also be bring the lessons of this into our overall PMO, our project management office, for them to incorporate in some of their project management processes as well. And also how we develop our concept plans and communicate as well. So I guess they're probably the main things, but a lot of this in this case, we've actually listened to the community and listened to the councillors. We've got a dedicated holiday park staff member now, which we didn't have back then. There was someone trying to do this along with a whole range of other property things. So we've actually got extra resources in there. So I think there's a whole range of things.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
So another question, what was the procurement process for the construction and the slab and the relocation of the shed? Was it a quotation system? And if so, how many quotes did you use? Was it selective tender, open tender, or registration of preferred suppliers? Like, what was the procurement process for the concrete slab and the shed construction, and then to the removal process?
Sorry,
Mr. General Manager.
Look, I think that question is totally outside the purpose of the report. Happy to answer it, but I think it's totally outside the purpose of the report, Mr. Mayor. We went through our proper procurement processes, which was 3 quotes, but it's totally outside the report.
Was the RAF done in-house or via contractor?
Again, outside the purpose of this report, but it was done in-house. Contractor, sorry. Contractor.
Yeah.
So is there any insight on why it was more expensive to do it to relocate than the original?
I'm not too sure of your question.
In the
Yeah, we would take that on notice.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
And just one more thing, if I don't get trouble. It's all of this come out of the holiday park funding stream, nothing to do with general funds.
Correct.
And that's a yes to that question. Thank you. I'd have a quick question too, and I think I know the answer. The installation of disability accessible footpath, that would have been a part of the original costing of the shed, so it's not an extra cost after the shed was located in the wrong place.
Yeah, the replacement of the path was in there. The new path is a realigned and therefore cost more than what the original path was going to be.
Right.
After the shed was relocated in the original site chosen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. General Manager. Any further questions or debates? If not, Councillor Bain doesn't want to close debate. I'll put the motion. Not allowed to bring your cat to pound. Is there any dissent in the motion before you? I declare it carried. We now move on to the first notice. 10.12.2.
Yep.
Oh, statement of cash investments. Thank you. It was withdrawn. My mistake. Statement of cash and investments on page 55, February 2024. And the recommendation that the council receives and notes the report. Do we have a mover? Councillor Ring? No? That's a stretch. Councillor? Yes. If you bring it out, you usually get a chance to move it. Do you want to move it? You move it? Okay, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Ring, thank you. Move your hand. You sometimes buy a property. You've got to be careful. Councillor White.
I don't have any further comments, and if I would put it back in, and the reason why I brought it out has been addressed. I have nothing to add, nothing to say other than let's just get it done.
Right. Any further speakers? Councillor Saul thinking of no, definitely not. Okay, we'll put the motion then. Councillor White doesn't want to speak any further. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. My record for today's meeting. We now come to 11.1. It's a notice of motion on page 57 from Councillor Bain. It's the notice of motion public forum non-agenda items. Councillor Bain, I presume you're moving it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt. Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I want to make it very crystal clear that this is not, that this can be done. I mean, there was some advice that that this was against the Office of Local Government. The Office of Local Government Code of Meeting Practice allows for individual councils to make choices to meet their local needs. So it absolutely is within the framework of the permissible framework of legislation. If it wasn't permissible, it wouldn't have been put up, wouldn't have been accepted as a notice of motion. So it is completely aligned and legal for us to do this. It's quite simple, but I'm feeling it's kind of been somewhat confused. But it's simple. Is what it's saying is that people can speak on a non-agenda item as long as priority is given to speakers who are addressing matters on the agenda. So it's not going to displace anyone who's speaking to matters on the agenda. And if we've got numerous speakers on the agenda, we won't have time for non-items. But maybe if we've got nothing on the agenda that's speaking, that there might be some room. The process of the address, as is the case with all speakers at a public forum, will be provided in writing to the GM 2 days prior to the meeting. And council has the right to refuse permission if the matter is one which will either be a subject of a future of a subsequent council meeting. So if we're going to talk about it next month, if it's already on the agenda for next month, we just say to the person, hang on, just it's coming up, so talk to it next month. Or a matter where a speaker has addressed the previous council, where a speaker has addressed a previous council meeting in the public forum on that matter. So we don't get the same people coming in and repeating the same thing. There is I watched a council meeting of another council the other day, a contentious issue that I was interested in. They started their meeting at 6:30 at night. They had their public forum immediately prior to the meeting. They had 2 hours of speakers. Some of them actually read off the same script, which, you know, I'm not suggesting that we go to that point, but that demonstrates the point that councils do have a choice in how they and how we can amend and take on our code of meeting practice. I also note that or how this came about. I was having a meeting with the community group and someone in the meeting just said, oh, well, we can always bring a matter up at a public forum. I said, no, you can't. We've got, you know, our clear code of meeting practices. You can only address items on the agenda. This person went, oh, when did that change? Because they referred back to 2018 when Mayor Campbell attended a meeting of a nature networking event, and she communicated in writing to them and said, hey, the best way that you can bring this up is to bring it up at a public forum when people were able to speak on non-agenda items. This led to a series of public forums supporting a series of noms around renewable energy and water strategy, sustainability and sustainability. So it can actually work. It's not going to be hugely time consuming because it's very, very low priority. I think it's just a tiny step of opening a door to increase transparency and democracy. I ask you to consider this as not going to be a burden. It's going to be just another way of people communicating with council. Now, I also heard and understood in some of the questions at the public forum last night that, yes, of course, there is a process where people can get in touch with a councillor, raise an issue, and they do with me, and I'll put up a notice of motion, which takes work for me, takes work for staff, a notice of motion, then they can speak to it. Sometimes people just need to be heard, and we don't have to go on, we don't have to, unless we're really interested in the topic, continue to ask them questions about about their 5 minutes of speaking. I've got 1 minute left. So about their 5 minutes of speaking, we can just say, hey, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for coming. We heard you. And that is often what people need. They don't need More than that, they just need to feel that they have a voice and that they're heard. So please consider this it's quite simple proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I've got two speakers at the moment, Councillor Butterfield and Councillor Wyatt. Just you add at the end, this is a minor amendment, in the public forum on the same matter, because you haven't got that.
Yeah, it has matter, or a matter where a speaker has addressed a previous council meeting in the public forum.
On the same matter.
So yeah, if you want to, I'm happy for that to be changed. That was cut and paste out of the previous code of meeting practice prior to the change. So it's exactly what it was before.
Okay, leave it as
it's exactly what it was before the code of meeting practice was changed.
Okay, leave it as is. My mistake. Thank you, Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few concerns, but I'll just start with one. Councillor Bain was talking about how this was referred back to 2018 where they used to do it. Is there a reason, or would there be anyone here know the reason why that was taken out after 2018? Why they stopped people coming in and just having a say?
Well, Councillor Patterson and myself know, but you have to ask us.
Yeah, well, does anyone know why?
Well, I think it was unused.
No, it was actually well used. It was used. I would be fair to say it was fairly regularly abused, and though of having to actually pull up speakers who were making very strong accusations about council that were totally unfounded, and when they were challenged about that and asked to produce their evidence, they weren't able to produce any evidence of that, and that was all going on the public record. Why it changed though is OLG actually updated their code of meeting practice guidelines. What council has in place now is best practice. It is that separation, both in terms of doing Monday night council meeting Tuesday. That separation is positive. The government made it very clear, and as I read yesterday, that council must not consider business at a meeting of council unless a councillor is given notice, i.e. question on notice or notice of motion, and unless that business has been sent to the councillors, i.e. we give you, well, in our case, we give you 7 days. Now, that is the best practice model. What happens, and having had a lot of experience previously with councillors that have had an open mic situation, is that you do find that you end up with a lot more questions being asked than what you think, so that the time does get away. And I guess going back to your sort of question, so I don't get off topic, the reason is we actually reviewed it in line with the updated guidelines from the Office of Local Government, and we are following the best practice guidelines in that regard in the way we do it now. As I said, there are other ways that community can raise these concerns and raise their issues and talk to councillors and things like that. There's other forums that can actually be done. Council meetings are about council business that's on the agenda. That's the heart of what they're saying. This meeting, the public forum as part of that, is about what's on that agenda that's published, so that all the public know what is being discussed by the councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman, I have to disagree. I can remember only one public forum speaker that was a non-agenda item, but there must have been others. You remember my dad. Yeah. Thank you. Any other speakers? Oh, Councillor White, you were next. Sorry.
Yes, thanks. Hang on one sec. Sorry. Thanks for asking that question. I was very keen to hear that answer as well. I support. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, yes. I support the motion. I think the public access forum is the best mechanism for the community to address 8 councillors, 1 mayor, 1 GM, 3 directors, and to hear from the community equally, and for us to have access to the same information firsthand, first person, not filtered or secondhand. I think the current mechanisms are not inclusive because we're not all getting the same information, and nor is the community. The email method is good, but it's between a very small number of people. Not inclusive. Phone calls and drop-ins are a good idea, but they're even less. There's an ability to approach councillors and council executive at various other forums, but again, it's limiting and less. Gentleman Andrew yesterday talked about the opportunistic nature of addressing council and the community. He talked about access for the disability, which you can also expand to include capacity, digital literacy, access to technology. He talked about transparency, which could be linked to a less likelihood of GIPA requests and thus a cost saving if transparency, inclusivity and open access was provided. He then went on a tangent and presented a perfect example of a person bringing something to council that may not have been brought to attention. And I think we all learned something yesterday at Dogs. And personally, I'm super keen to have a look at that further, and I thank him for bringing it to us. But it was a good example of public being able to bring something to the attention that is not on the agenda and that is presented to all of us in an equal situation on the same playing field. So I support Councillor Bain's motion.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Mr. Mayor, I'll just clarify something.
Councillor Ferguson, you'll be next, but first of all, I'll have the General Manager give some information.
Yeah, I'll just clarify, I think, what Councillor White was talking about with what Mr. Andrews talked about yesterday, McGowan talked about yesterday, was where the issue of the dogs was raised. That was actually raised by a notice of motion by Councillor Bain, and he came in and spoke to that notice of motion. Morris, sorry. Yeah. Councillor Morris put in a notice of motion, and then he came and spoke to that notice of motion. It wasn't the other way around. Okay, that's just what it sounded like.
I was just saying he presented itself for him to tell those of us that weren't here when Councillor Morris put up his notice of motion, and I'm grateful to have had that opportunity to hear in this forum.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor White. Any further speakers? Councillor Ferguson, of course, sorry.
If I could just ask a question, please, Mr. Mayor, and possibly a question to Councillor Bain. What would be the next suggested step there? If we heard from someone, obviously we can't talk about it, debate it or anything afterwards in any formal position because it's not on the agenda.
No, it's not in the motion, but it could be possible that a report on the issue could be sought from the General Manager, but that's not in our code of meeting practice at this time.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. And again, that was one of the frustrations the community members actually had when they came and spoke, because you cannot take any action at that council meeting on it. They get there, they speak, they're hopeful that the council might discuss it, they're hopeful that council might move a motion on it. You're not allowed to. So simply they present it and they go away frustrated.
Potentially, at least with a notice of motion in the future from our council.
Could come in the future as a notice of motion or something like that. Yeah.
That answer that, Councillor?
That does. If I could just go on to say, like, I'd be much more in favour of something less formal and less costly on staff time, so we wouldn't have a full team here as well, that we could bounce ideas around rather than having people address public forums.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Butterfield.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak against Councillor Bain's motion. Just from what I've heard from General Manager and different ideas, like even if they do come forward with an idea, we basically can't speak, ask questions about it, and then it, like you said, it can come down further down lines notice of motion. So you're basically better off just go and see Councillor Bain or one of the councillors, bring it up as a notice of motion in the first place. I just think that's basically where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. We'll go to Councillor Patterson after he's had a drink of water. No?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I too am going to be speaking against this notice motion. I was part of that council that at the time really looked at the issue of this speaking on non-agenda items, and I felt as a councillor that it was a fantastic way for certain people in the community to come in and ambush council and make statements and try and put words in people's mouth where you have no background of what they're talking about. You have nothing to come back on. I believe that council in the meeting, what we should do, council should be talking and voting and listening to the community on agenda items. People have used things like the community, where are we? Community issues are important and should be handled under a trusted existing method. So it's constant and continuous. We have that. There's a very long list of it. You can ring a councillor, you can email a councillor, you can talk to a councillor, you can ring, talk, or email customer first, and many other ways. I've had different people contact me through business, through private telephone calls about certain items, and I say, look, I know who you need to speak to. I've got that person's number and given it to the director or someone, whoever's in charge of, or vice versa, or arranged a meeting. That's when that community member gets satisfaction, because that issue was dealt with. You can't deal with non-agenda items coming here to speak, whether they're to be here for election campaigning, whether they're to be here for trying to deal with an issue that they may have already got response from council on, but because it wasn't in the manner what they wanted, it might have been a no instead of a yes. They feel then they have to come and represent council again. So I'm definitely speaking against this. We need to use our time here as councillors to make decisions on agenda items, listen to our community through all those ways that I've mentioned, and listen to those young people who came here today, which were fantastic. And thank you to for bringing that into a notice of motion. So I'm dead against this. This is something that really needs to be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Ring, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, did anyone else have questions? Because I just kind of got lost in his speech. But
Well, I'll come back to you if you like, Councillor Pat.
yeah,
Councillor Ring.
Listen to me.
I was listening. You just
Yeah, I'll come back to you. You might remember what you were going to ask. I'll speak in favour of the notice of motion that's before us, the motion. I remember clearly the one clear non-agenda item addressed from a couple that came in and talked about their house being infested by flies. I remember how emotional that was. I'm sure Councillor Saul and Patterson would remember that. And by addressing council, they brought out the issue, and council planning staff attended to it and solved the problem. I won't go into the details, but to me, this is a change in the code of meeting practice. If after 3 or 4 months of things going wrong in non-agenda items addresses, you can change it again. That's in the hands of council to change the code of meeting practice if they see an urgency or a need to do so. That's why I think this is not going to hurt. We'll see how many people come forward. And if you read the actual motion, it actually talks about priority to agenda item speakers. Only if there is a time for a non-agenda item speaker to be allowed, then they will be allowed to speak. If there's no time, they won't be allowed to speak. And the real close scrutiny of their speech is in the fact that they are pressy, or an outline of their speech has to be given. If they come and start deviating from that speech, they get pulled up and they're not allowed to speak anymore if they don't stick or get back on track with what they said they would speak about. So to me, supporting this is a simple thing. We'll let it see how it goes. You'll have the experience if it comes through. And if you don't like it further down the track, you can vote it out. So Councillor Ring, have you got?
Yeah, I guess my question was, is there a different type of forum rather than a public forum for people to speak or address council in that capacity to speak about non-agenda items?
Okay, Councillor, the General Manager actually talking about an idea he had yesterday. So I'll bring it over to him. Thank you, Councillor, Mr. General Manager.
There are a range of forums and ways, I guess, methods for community to raise issues to the councillor's attention. And they go from literally contacting an individual councillor via a phone, a letter, an email, contacting council. From that, writing to all the councillors, as you often receive letters to all councillors, sorts of things. We do have a range of community meetings where those things can actually be raised as well. And talking to a councillor, you've actually got the opportunity then for that councillor to understand it and then get it on the council agenda. So that's probably one of the most effective ways for, issues that involve particularly the wider community to actually end up on the agenda, is for the community member to discuss it with the councillor or a range of councillors, for them to understand it and put it up as a notice of motion, so that it is something that impacts across the whole community. Council doesn't have, but council could establish, if it wanted to, a separate forum where questions and non-agenda topics are, an open mic type situation. Council could establish a forum where that could occur if it wanted to do that. You would have to have that set up, the timing of it, what the guidelines are around it. Does the code of meeting practice apply or not apply? What do you do with those both questions and or just general comments and presentations? What happens to those? We'd have to consider what staff attend. Do you minute it? Don't you minute it? Yeah, a whole range of things. But council, if it wanted to, could set up a forum to do that. Is it still a really effective use of all the resources? That would be something for the councillors to determine.
I guess that was my follow-up question. In that is, we were already dedicating a significant amount of time to public forums and to meetings, and would addressing non-agenda items in a public forum be a good use of, I guess, would everyone that's in this room be expected to attend?
If you're talking about setting up another forum,
well, I guess in terms of this motion or in terms of another forum.
I think there's two things. I think in terms of what Councillor Bain's proposing, it becomes part of our formal public forum part where you would expect all councillors to attend. Another forum that would be on the guidelines that you actually put in place around that. If it's not a council meeting, it's more like it's a bit like a briefing, and we see the vast majority of councillors attend those, all the time. It'd be up to individual councillors in that case.
I guess, what is there any implication, or is it a considered implication from the OLG that if you had this and you had the same speaker come to every meeting, are you giving them some sort of, or that, I
haven't seen that happen, but yes, possibility. Mr.
Yeah.
General Manager?
If council were to adopt this, then it does open the opportunity for individuals to come and speak on any subject. And that is one of the things that did happen. We did have a speaker come in and speak about the sale yards meeting after meeting after meeting. That's what happened. And basically repeated exactly the same stuff. So that can actually occur in this sort of situation.
Does the invitation for people to speak on non-agenda items happen at other levels of government?
You don't see members of the community addressing state or federal parliament while they're sitting making decisions in parliament.
The expectation is that they approach their local member through that avenue.
Correct.
I guess that ends the question part of my thing, but I don't know what I want to say next.
Okay. Well, you haven't spoken that. You've only asked a question. If you can think of something else you can say at the moment. I just recall watching a wonderful, and this is a contrast between councils, a wonderful meeting at Dubbo Council, where at the end of the, before the vote was put, the mayor or the chair asked people in the public gallery if they had anything to say, and they did. I thought that's an unusual use of the code of meeting practice, and I don't think that should happen here. But each council, the point I'm saying there is that each council has their own code of meeting practice, and our code of meeting practice is different from every other council across New South Wales. Any further? You right to speak now, Councillor Ring?
Yeah. I really do appreciate the sentiment in which this is coming from. I like this morning, it was my initiative to have young people come and address council on issues that they, I guess, we're interested in. I just don't know if this undermines the other avenues that we have to address council and the community the community engagement initiatives that we do have, because it's my personal belief that people engage with councils in different ways. They, you know, it might be a different numbers of people that survey or email or call or whatever, but that is their choice of that is their choice of doing that. And I think that opening up a public forum in particular, which, you know, is meant to be used for I guess the business that we're conducting, it's the purpose of it isn't for non-agenda items. I think it just opens up, I guess, a little bit of a can of worms, in my opinion. And, you know, there was different comments last night about, you know, maybe emails go to councillors and they don't reply, or maybe different people talk to different councillors, but that's the point. We are elected because we represent different groups of people from this shire. We're elected because we have the ability to do notice of motions. We are elected not because we all are the same person, but because we are different people. And if there are non-agenda items, I think that is our, I guess, or by way of notice of motion, I think that is our like privilege to be able to bring that to a meeting. And while I respect that, you know, people are passionate about different things and they have different experiences and different, you know, I guess, ways of doing that. I think there's lots of different organisations out there in the way of advocacy that can, I guess, help people make ways with the points they want to. But yeah, I really do appreciate the sentiment of this, but I just don't think it's the right time or place for it. And I think, you know, we're coming up to an election in 4 months, and I think that that's the time to revisit the code of meeting practice, and I guess time for the council then to decide how they want to do things. But in terms of where we are now, and I guess from what I've seen lately, I don't think that I can support this notice motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Just one minor correction there. When we are elected, we represent all of the community. It's in our oath of office. We don't represent small sections, as you said. Okay. We'll have to listen to everyone, even if you don't like listening to them. Sadly, sometimes. No one else wishes to speak. Councillor Bain, would you like to close this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would propose that the purpose of the public forum is that we listen to the voice of the community. As far as other news of accessibility to councillors, I believe that only 2 out of 9 councillors have their phone numbers published on the website. So if people want to look up a councillor, often they end up ringing me, and yeah, and I can do I can write a notice of motion to enable them to speak to a council meeting. Whatever it is, whether it's going to get up or not, I can just write a notice of motion and they can come and speak. So that is a strategy, but it's less efficient, I believe, than just allowing them to have a say. Just again to clarify that the Office of Local Government is a recommendation. It is not a direction of how we have to be. And the point there, that there is going to be no ambush, and it's not an open mic, because they need to put in what they're going to say, a précis, a summary of what their key points. That has to go in before they speak. Okay, it's not going to become a repetitive, the same person coming and banging on again about the sale yards or whatever the issue is, because that's clearly addressed in there. Refuse permission if the matter is one which will be a matter where a speaker has addressed a previous council meeting. Okay, we're not going to get the same thing over and over again. It's a very, very simple 5-minute, not huge consumption of time of saying if there's time if there's no speaker, or if there's speakers on the agenda have priority. There is a perception that we close the door to democracy, and this is just another way of opening the door. I take on board what Councillor Ring said, that people have different ways of communicating with the council, and they have different strengths, different ways. This is just one more option. It clearly does not replace community engagement strategies. It's just one more way that we can hear the voice of community. So I would encourage and ask my colleagues to support this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. You're right for that. Thank you. Is there any dissent in the motion before you? It's 4-all. And as the Mayor, I have a casting vote, one of the privileges of the position, and I'll vote in favour with my casting vote. So we'll try this as something for the future. And as I said, we can change it by changing the code of meeting practice in the future. Thank you. Declare it carried. I beg your pardon, Councillor Patterson. Well, good for fishermen, I guess. We now go on to the second notice of motion from Councillor Wyatt. And it's on page 60. Notice of motion, public forum and question time. Councillor Wyatt, you're moving it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt.
Well, obviously I want to speak to it, but I think I will foreshadow an amendment as well. Should I speak first and then foreshadow the amendment?
Well, you include the amendment in the motion that you're moving.
It'll be
Put it in straight away. It's not amendment then, it's what you're moving.
I'll see how it goes.
Righto.
All right. Obviously, very similar to the one that we just had. I thought I would expand it out a bit more because it does a little bit of the work by saying exactly what it says. So, you know, as my first term of council comes to a close, I realise how ignorant and naive I was in many aspects of the role and the responsibility and other stuff that I won't bring up here. So many of the formalities and procedures which set the operating picture for us as councillors is done very, very early on in the adoption of our piece. And this occurred prior to completion of induction processes and training. The overt situation further complicated our ability to be fully inducted and have training and have quality time in our new role. So we've just had over 2 years in our role. We know, and so what I know now, I would love to have known at the beginning of my term, particularly around the code of meeting practice. So I'd like to change code of meeting practice to have greater access for the public to present to council and councillors. I'd like to set up a better process for incoming councillors to better position them to undertake their role based on my observation and experience over the last 2 years as a councillor. The intent here is to diversify the methods and expand opportunities which resident, ratepayers and visitors to the Shire can access councillors and improve communication, increase mutual understanding and awareness and appreciation of issues. I've listened to the community. I've read hundreds of pages of submissions on many issues, read thousands of social media posts and emails and comments, and networked with councillors here and across New South Wales to come up with this. So I'm seeking to amend the code of practice to increase the number of speakers, to allow public question time at the completion of public forum, and to have a process or a forum where the community can make presentations to councillors and councillors outside the ordinary council meeting, which General Manager has explained. And that was the amendment that I was contemplating putting up. So I did a bit of research, as you can see, on with our OLG Group 4. Took a long time, so I didn't do all 180 councils. You can see it in the attachment there. But it demonstrates that there's no one system or process that fits all. We talked about best practice of office and local government. Totally. This is best practice. That's what we should be aiming for. But the section on the model code in here on the public forum, my understanding is discretionary, not mandatory. And councils can not only adopt best practice, but we can also adopt best practice for improving community access and servicing community expectations around being heard. Same arguments for the NOM can be presented here. Everyone addressing the equality of access to information, everyone on the same page, diversifies methods available, accounts for the various people and councillors in receiving and hearing and listening and engaging with their information. It accounts for a variety of capacity and capabilities. As I said before, someone presenting here has all of us here in the one room. That's fantastic. It allows for different types of learning types, visual, verbal, reading. Again, the diversifying it. It engages all parts of communication. 7% of communication is verbal, the rest is non-verbal. So having someone present to us in front, we get that other 93% of their communication. The expressions, the body tone, the language, we get to feel those issues and see those issues rather than read them or just hear them on the other end of the phone. It's efficient use of our time where we can rather than email conversations backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. It's effective for all councillors and staff to be hearing the information at once together. There's no staff member having to collate, going backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. One speaker spoke yesterday about it's a valuable forum that's organised, control and maintain integrity and start an open conversation. And I used the analogy before about the trust bucket, integrity and authenticity, starting the conversation together. It's a massive addition in the trust bucket. I just wanted to respond to procedural matters there that were raised about some of the suggestions. Like, this is a suggestion, this is a suggestion. I'm not an expert, so I'm happy for that to be amended. There's no councillor TAFE or uni course to graduate from. I'm on a green peas. We're doing our best to go along and learn with this. It's been mentioned that, we don't all receive the same information. These amendments just provide efficiencies in the way they receive and process information. It's effective in our ability to make informed, considered decisions, and we represent 22,000 of our people. So I'm asking us to go outside the restrictive paradigm. Just because it was doesn't mean it has to be. Went to a government conference the other day. It says the world belongs to optimists. So I'm asking you to optimistically support this motion and amend the COP so that we can increase communities' access to councillors and the council executive team.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Wyatt, could I ask you a couple of questions about the motion before us, please? In relation to asking questions, in your notes, you talk about in the report, questions are to be addressed to the chairperson and directed to council, not individual councillors. So how would you see it working? So just a question would be asked and there's no answer, or an answer taken on board? Who would give the answer is my question. If there's a question asked and it only be asked to the chairperson or council.
Oh, what I meant by that is the way the process works now. So everything goes through a chair. So the person that comes in can't ask me directly. It's that the question has to go through a chair, and then we give them answers. I'm saying the question goes through the chair.
Yep.
So someone in there doesn't say, Councillor Wyatt, I have a question for you.
Right.
So the question goes through the chair.
Okay, I understand that. And as I would presume that you would allow a councillor who hears a question asked of them to say, I'll take it on notice. There's no compulsion here in the document that says an answer must be given.
In my motion, I've outlined some suggestions on how it could work. And I think I was pretty clear in saying there, I'm a new councillor. I've been here for 2 years. I'm going as hard as I can, learning as hard as I can. These are suggestions. I'm happy to work through that. But yeah, I don't have an answer.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate or questions, please? Mr. General Manager, you have a comment?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Just in relation to point 5, there is no way I'd be able to get this back to council in the April meeting, particularly given the previous one adopted. We'll have to look seriously at how both Councillor Baines and this one would be managed. So writing up the information, the process of the procedures to update the code of meeting practice, there's simply no way that would come back in April. We may get it in May, given the workload that governors have got on. And I wouldn't actually guarantee it for May, but we could try. But there's absolutely no way to come back in April.
Councillor Butterfield, could I just ask a question of General Manager on what he just said, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Butterfield? If the motion was only about the numbers, Mr. General Manager, the numbers of speakers, it's changed from 1 to 4, could that be implemented in a shorter time than the procedure one about questions? Because you've got all that section, last section, 2E, 3, 4 are all about questions. And if they were not in that motion, would you be able to do it in a quicker timeline?
Certainly possible to do it in a quicker timeline. The concern I have with no more than 4 speakers is what do we do last November? We had 12 speakers, we permitted 12 speakers. This would restrict it to 4, and that would be it on a matter like that. So it says no more than 4 speakers. So if the update, if the code of meeting practice is to have no more than 4 speakers on each item on the business agenda, then last November we'd have only had 4 speakers, not 12. So I've got a concern with that restriction being in place. The way it's been with a minimum of one, how it is, and as you saw over the last 3 or 4 council meetings, we've allowed more than that and allow that level of flexibility. This restricts you at an upper limit.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Makes it clear. Councillor Butterfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on point 4, Councillor White's been asking about question time at the end of meetings. Is this similar to what you just spoke about that you seen on YouTube and said it wouldn't cancel? Is that, am I right in thinking that?
No, that was questions from the floor during a
Yeah, but
council meeting. If not,
that was at the end of the meeting. You said that they asked questions.
no, that was during the meeting. The one I'm referring to, WA Council.
Right. And the other thing, to me, this is having a question time at the end is almost same, but slightly different to what Councillor Bain just put forward recently. So that's we're basically opening the floor.
One's questions and one's making a presentation on.
It said same thing, different, I think.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to correct something. Actually, I was reading that in isolation. There is another clause that does allow that number to be increased, and I think reading this, it was to be the mayor and the general manager would determine that. The issue there is if the mayor and the general manager, with you and I or someone else in the future, if they don't agree, how's that sorted? So there is a range of things to actually implement, even just number 4, to have it increased that to 4 speakers. You've got to address those issues as well. And given that, then no, I wouldn't get back in April.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any further speakers? Otherwise, I'll have to come back to Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Patterson, please.
Yeah, just speaking against this one. After being once again, I only have to mention experience that being part of council where you, like Councillor Ring notified just earlier, that our time here is to deal with council business. When we've had, and I've been in the council before, when we've had people come and stand at the lectern and make accusations to council with no comeback. Public forum that just is it's videotaped, it's on record, and you have no comeback. This is really public forum should operate as an input to council's decision making at meetings. This means that they should be focused on the matters under consideration at a council meeting and not permit free-ranging discussion on other matters that are not being dealt with at the meeting. This is something that we have to really be professional about as a board. You want to have, if you want to have input into council, there is so many different ways of doing it. This making a free range access, totally against it. And we need to be giving our people that are making representations in public forum. That's why we set that date back to the day before, so we can come back with educated and answers that we've done their homework on overnight to the questions that have been raised in those public forums. This is going back to a place where we shouldn't be going. I don't support this at all.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further speakers? Mr. General Manager.
Just, I think I just need to clarify for councillors' timeframes with both Councillor Baines and this. If we get something on both or either of them back to the May council meeting, and it's adopted by the council at the time, you then have to put that on exhibition for 42 days. So it would then come back to the July council meeting to be adopted. You could then only use it in your August council meeting before it's actually reviewed by the council that's elected in September. And it would be reviewed at that point in time. And there is also a new code of meeting practice coming out, which may be issued before the election.
I have a question.
I have a question too, Councillor Patterson. I'll just come back to you. So the motion that's been, or the resolution that Councillor Baines' motion, You're saying it can't be brought in until August.
Given the timeframe, like I simply wouldn't get that back to the April council meeting. We may get it back to May. If we do get it back to May, council have to adopt it for exhibition. It then goes on exhibition for 42 days. So you cannot get it to the June council meeting. So it goes to the July council meeting. You adopt it at the July council meeting. It is implemented in the August meeting.
So
that's just how it physically works.
And it mandatory 42 days.
Correct.
And what's the issue of getting it into the code of meeting practice for putting out on display? Is that a?
You have to adopt the new draft with whatever ends up in there.
The whole code of meeting practice draft.
Yes, it's an updated code of meeting practice. So you've got to adopt all of that for it to go in the May meeting, come back to the July meeting, then adopt it, and then implement it in the August meeting.
Thank you. Possibly sped up, but it would be good. Councillor Patterson, you had a question.
A couple of questions, if that's all right. We're just noting that you're talking about time. What would be approximately the cost of trying to implement this that could only be utilised for one meeting?
Through Mr. Mayor, look, there's a lot of hours of work for our government staff to, if both of these are adopted, to actually update this to work out what these things might actually look like. So you're talking probably, a couple of dozen plus hours. There's already been, in terms of just dealing with these notices of motions, there's probably been at least 10 staff hours dealt with in just dealing with these notices of motion to get them on the agenda. So there's, updating your code of meeting practice isn't something, and particularly with these things that require fairly good guidelines, isn't something that's going to happen quickly. So you're talking, a minimum of, 25 plus hours of staff time to actually do this would be my estimate, because it's not just one staff member, it's enough to actually have to go through this.
Two more questions.
Councillor Patterson, yes.
The fact that we're dealing with moving towards an SRV, would that be something through to the general manager, if that's okay? Would that be something that would be considered effective use of council resources for one election, for one use of one meeting?
It's up to the council to make their decision, and just the staff. If council resolve this, we will go and do that. We will have to reprioritise things. There is real pressure. A lot of this does sit in the governance area. There's already a huge workload leading up to the election that they're actually dealing with in terms of what they've actually got to address and work with, along with all their usual areas in their governance. But it's up to the council to make that determination if this is the priority they want our staff to be working on in this period of time.
Councillor Patterson.
Last question. Just back through to you, Mr. General Manager, if that's okay. Because of the length of the time and the cost, etc., do you think this would be better off something that a possible councillor could take to an election in relation to the public interest?
That'd be
through Mr. Mayor, look, I can't comment on what's best for councillors to take to an election.
Okay.
That's totally outside my role.
Yep, right up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Any further debate?
Two clarification questions.
You have questions, and if no one else is debating, you'll be closing it if you like, Councillor White. Councillor White.
So General Manager said that no more than 4. I did a cut and paste out of the code of conduct. The code of meeting practice now 4.8 says no more than one speaker is permitted to speak for and against. What's the difference? And you said no more than 4 speakers. That's restrictive. I just did a cut and paste. I replaced 1 with a 4. So can you explain what you meant?
I clarified that 5 minutes ago.
Okay. And the second thing too is that we mentioned too that a code of meeting practice would only be valid until August. Doesn't a code of meeting practice have to be implemented or done within 12 months of a term for council? So it could be there for a maximum of 12 months.
Under the new one, I guess.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, what we did with this council and what we've done with previous councils, it's one of the very first things we actually do training on, and we actually on exhibition so it can actually go out and be implemented as soon as possible. So it may be there for 2 or 3 council meetings in the new council, but that would be about all. I'm not saying that these clauses wouldn't be included in any new code of meeting practice if they're adopted, but it would certainly be reviewed, and I would imagine that we would actually have a new code of meeting practice, if not for the December, then certainly for the February 2025 council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor White, any further questions? Well, you're moving an amendment now on your own motion. No, you're moving an amendment, Councillor White. So we'll hear the amendment and we'll ask for a seconder.
Yeah. To replace number 6 with sort of building on what General Manager has said last night and today, is that we look at establishing that new community, is that we look at establishing that community forum. So the General Manager has spoken, correct me if I'm wrong, it's my interpretation, as saying that there are options where an additional forum where the community could come and present exactly like what we're asking, like what I'm asking, but in a different forum. And that is what some of those other councils that I have done some research on, that's what they do. They have a separate forum where community can have a presentation. So building on what that was said, I'm saying, can I change that to say that rather than that General Manager provides a suggested process, is that we establish that? And perhaps I've put a timeline around it. I perhaps put a timeline around it for July, if not even next council term. I hear your constraints. I hear your concerns about the constraints.
Did you suggest wording that amendment?
Yeah, we just got some wording there through there. Can I just clarify? Is what you're suggesting is this other forum? Is that in addition to what Councillor Baines had adopted and what you're proposing, or instead of? Because what I was proposing was something instead of. I'm not sure if you're saying you're going to have a public forum with questions from the community, with items being spoken on from the community, and this other forum as well. So
this one was more about in relation to what they do in some other councillors, about there's an ability to have a presentation. So community group and individual organisation can have a presentation on a matter to council. So maybe 5 or 10 minutes. That's what this is in reference to. And I think when it goes to, is it for all of us? Ideally, it would be a really good opportunity for all of us to be present. And, in some councils, they do have fortnightly council meetings and fortnightly public forums. In fact, one council has 2 public forums on the day of their council meeting. Imagine that. Are they full time?
So
no one's full time in New South Wales. They get the same. They get the same pay as we do.
Councillor White, let's respond to those questions. I just need you to clarify is the wording you want for the amendment, and I'll then have to get a seconder. Okay.
Just while that's coming up as well, here it is. It just requesting an additional forum where community could present.
That's it.
Investigate. Investigate, which would be bring something back. That is certainly something that I would interpret that, one, we already do, because we do have community groups do presentations to council at different times. We had it this morning. We had schools present here, but we have had community groups do that as well. And certainly with what council adopted in Councillor Baines' notice of motion, that would certainly allow any community group to speak and address the council at the open forum, at the public forum. That would already cover that, is my interpretation. So I may be interpreting what you're suggesting is something different to that.
I've got the motion that I want. So number 6 becomes that council adopt, so that council put in place a process for providing access to community organisations, clubs and groups to make presentations to councils and councillors outside of the council ordinary meeting, full stop. So it's that we establish a process for providing access for community organisations and clubs and groups to make presentations to council and councillors outside of this general meeting. So maybe when we have our councillor briefing once a month, we set aside 1 hour of time where a community group can make an application to the general manager.
Councillor Wyatt, can we get the words and then you can speak to your amendment, okay?
Yep.
You don't have to explain it yet. We just need the words.
So just amend number 6, cut and paste. So establish a process for providing a forum for community organisations, clubs and groups to make presentations to council and councillors outside of the council general meeting.
What's on number 6 there?
That's not the one.
I'd already captured the words that you said previously, which are now in number 6, but you just read different words again.
Yeah.
Which one do you want us up there?
So
What I just said. So number 6, let me have a read. Yeah. That's what I'm putting.
Give the medicine to the dog. $10 a tablet.
Establish, put in place. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say establish a community forum type process.
There's your amendment, Councillor Wyatt. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
Probably not. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Bain seconds it. Oh, she accepted it to herself, of course. My mistake. I thought we needed another seconder. Thank you.
Sorry, just confirm. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
You want to speak to your amendment now?
Well, I mean, it has been said, so I don't, so yes, we had these fantastic presentations, but that came up through a notice of motion. And we also talked about the fact that a community person can approach us and we can write a notice of motion. And we talked about the time that it takes council staff to respond to this. Notice of motion can take a fair amount of time to put together as well. And we don't do this as our full-time responsibilities. There are other councils around the state that do have a process of having a community type forum where they can come, they can register, they can come and give a presentation. I think it's Ballina Council that does that. We already have in place our briefing session on first day of the month. We could establish an extra half an hour or an extra hour to have a community presentation. Sometimes there may be some, sometimes there may be other. It's just another way that a community can have access to us. And I just want to reiterate that it's all of us together. So they can get all of us together, because we as a collective, we make an informed decision. You mentioned too that we represent everyone. We have to make an informed decision. And if we get information collectively, then we can make a better informed decision.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah.
Any speakers for or against?
So I wanted to add another amendment.
Well,
Oh, that's right.
it kind of. Yes, if you can be succinct, give us the other amendment, Councillor Wyatt.
That's all right.
Okay. Councillor Butterfield wanted to speak. Councillor Butterfield?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got to be careful what I say here, because I feel that we really struggle, and I understand that we want community engagement, we want transparency, we want all this stuff. I don't know how many community groups we've opened since I've been here for the last term. There's so many avenues for people to have say now. We struggle to get through the agenda most days. With Councillor Baines, notice of motion getting up, this one possibly getting up, I just find that we're going to really struggle to get through our agendas. And I, for one, not that I won't, but very unlikely if we were to have another day or another time for these things to happen. I do not have the time, and I'm sure there's quite a few other people here that don't. It's just really getting quite exhausting. I just find that it's supposed to be a council meeting, we have agendas, and it's really starting to turn into something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. I'm sorry you feel that way, but this is democracy in slow motion at times. Thank you. Councillor Bain, please.
I don't need to speak to this. I think it speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please.
Couple of questions. My first one through to the general manager, number 6 here. Is that something that we as council or the organisation, is that something that council already does, already provides for community groups to make representation outside the meeting, inside the meeting?
Yeah. Councillor Patterson, thank you for the question. Mr. General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, the council have got an updated community engagement strategy. We've talked to you about some of the changes we're looking at with that. I believe that engagement strategy, as it gets implemented, would more than adequately deal with point 6. Again, one of the considerations we have, if this is a forum type process, which is what I understand is similar to the public forum, I've got to seriously consider what staff I bring to that, just because our senior management are already more than flat out. Creating additional time in their program means other things will get pushed off. It's got serious implications for how we actually manage that interaction. But you've already got an adopted community engagement strategy that really covers pretty well everything that's been dealt with in this notice of motion and your last notice of motion, to be frank.
Councillor Patterson again.
Yeah. This is not a question. This is just another. Well, it could be a question.
You can speak to it if you like.
Speak to it. Yeah. Echoing Councillor Butterfield, it's so bad that he's feeling frustrated and he's only a new councillor. We as councillors here to elect and represent the community. We're all from different parts of the community. We all don't live, at Willawarren. We all don't live out of Colombatti. We live all over the community. We work, we speak, we enjoy, we play all over the community. We have interactions with the community all over the community. Giving another access for another level of engagement, which, people have said that they have to come here to actually be contacting in council. I mean, they'll come here and talk and they won't get a result because there's no background gone into the question. They'll come here and have a politically motivated question that will not put council in good stead. We're here to make decisions for council, for the community, and community engagement strategy. We have so many representations on different committees. We also have the big one, and that's the election. If we're not doing our jobs, if we're not representing our community, we won't get elected. So we don't have to keep going back to the community, I believe, and keep saying, but please, we are representing you. We are representing you. Everyone who's been here for a long enough time knows that all the meetings we have, all the briefings we have, all the different meetings we attend, and all the people we talk to, we represent the community. Those people in the community that think that we have secret parts of the council, they haven't lived 5 minutes in our lives of information gathering that we get from this fantastic team, that we can ask questions of, we can send messages to, we can talk to them. We need to be council doing council business. We need to control what we do as council, so we have a team that our council staff can work with, so we don't end up with a meeting that's just like a big meeting at the Lions Club. It's not meaning that that's a bad thing. The Lions Club, good, we have to have some control in this meeting. Why we have code of meeting practice is for those reasons. We don't have a code of meeting practice because every meeting that's ever been held is so good, it doesn't matter. We don't need any rules. We have rules. We have guidelines. We should stick to them. I'll be voting against this. And I look forward to my fellow councillors to realise that we're here to make decisions. We do represent the community. There is nothing hiding here. One of the reasons today, another thing about a previous thing that I brought up about the ring road, because it was one of the things that got back to me that it was hidden. Not hidden. It was out there. It's out there now. It's on council's papers. So for this, we need to not keep questioning ourselves that we don't represent. We do.
Thank you,
This-
Councillor Patterson.
This is not a good motion.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If not, I will speak against what's before us, and I'm speaking against it for a very simple reason. I understand the intent, try and engage people and get people to come with their questions. But as has been said by a number of people, there are other avenues for asking questions. What I don't want to see, what I've experienced before, and Councillor Saul and Councillor Patterson would have experienced, where people come to the microphone and make outrageous allegations in their questions, which shouldn't be done. And the questions could be asked, and you just have to look at the scenario. Questions could be asked where you have to say, I can't answer that question, and then the answer to the person asking the question hiding something. We're not hiding anything. We need to be informed. We need to have lots of information before we make a decision. So if people have questions, they have all these possibilities of calling a councillor if their mobile phone number is available, or emailing a councillor, or emailing the general manager, or emailing Kempsey Shire Council in general to get an answer. And that normally will do in time to have an answer. At the moment, this is an issue which I don't think we have a problem with. People have already seen that we have a very open and transparent council. They come in here, they present, they listen, they take part in the public forum. So I don't think we need to go down this path. I understand the intent, and it's a good intent, but I don't think it's the time for us to adopt it. Any other speakers?
Close debate, but I just.
Yeah, I'll ask you to close debate.
To close debate.
Councillor Wyatt. I decided on a close debate. Okay.
Is that a
asking questions at the moment? Are there any other speakers who wish to speak? If not, Councillor Wyatt, would you like to close debate now?
I'm just confused. Like, I mean, you know, we use our own moral compass. I can read the room. I'm not going to support it. That's democracy in process as well. But it's in relation to the Mayor's previous comment. It says my number 4 says that we request General Manager, i.e. staff, to draft procedures for engagement around that public question time. So procedures, and also the previous notice of motion, which we approved half and half, is it's exactly the same as a question time. One is questions and the other is addressing, but that's okay. It is. I was just having a read. Yeah, as I say, you know, we use our, it's just democracy in process. And thank you for bringing up the bit about your feeling, because I feel very unsafe and uncomfortable in these environments as well. And you know, it's I hear you, but yeah, use your moral compass. And I know you're not going to vote for it.
Thank you. The debate's closed. We will now have a vote. Is there any dissent to the motion before you? I declare it lost. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. If I could ask a procedural question.
Of course. Councillor Ferguson, yes, we do have to finish by 4. But you have another question?
Yes, just very quickly. Some of the information that was given to us in 11.2 was also relevant to 11.1. Mainly the work involved exhibition time, et cetera, for only a short number of meetings. One of my aims is to do everything I can to keep work and staff time down to a minimum. Hence, it probably would have affected my opinion for 11.1. Is there any way of revisiting that now, or that's passed?
No.
Yep.
You'll have to do a rescission motion and bring it back to the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll just check it. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we just need to get clarifying. Are you intending to do that, Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. The next item is that 11.3 Delegates Report, Social Media for Councillors. The recommendation is the Council receives and notes this report. Councillor Bain is moving it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt. Any debate? Councillor Bain, do you wish to speak to it?
Yep, I'm going to be very, very quick, Mr. Mayor. One of the things I wanted to point out about this is the mental health of social media on councillors and council staff. So that was one of the key messages in the training. And basically, in a nutshell, you don't have to read everything that everyone says about you. Right? You don't have to do that. And you need to be very cognizant of your mental health when you are in that field of social media. So if you have a page, you need to monitor that page and be very quick about blocking, deleting or hiding any potentially defamatory comments. Remembering that nothing ever disappears off social media. You can hide it, but you can't, and block, but you cannot actually delete. It's still there in the metadata. They brought up the issue of defamation. And defamation you can use defamation for liking or sharing a defamatory post. So people need to be aware of that, and that although defamation is a complex legal process, you can get a solicitor to write a CETA, but we need to be careful about what we like and share as well. And many councillors are not aware that at the conclusion of your term of council, you need to give to council the entirety of your social media posts. Director Thorogood and I had a chat about this at the last meeting. We found a way there's quite a simple way to export it. Maybe it's a potential for some future training for us to look at how we do that, for those of us that play in the social media field. And yeah, it's a way of communicating. We're allowed to say our opinions. We are allowed to disagree with the council decision. If we're to be safe, we need to stick with saying what we have already said in council and on public record. I welcome if there's any questions about that. It was a really useful course, and yeah, look after yourselves out there in the social media space.
Thank you. With 11 minutes to go, Councillor Butterfield.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I wish I'd actually seen and had time to do that online thing, because yeah, I had to deal with quite a bit of it as of late, and luckily my son has something between the ears which I don't have a lot of. He was able to assist in helping us with that, and we even work very closely going down that line of that. Could you say decease and assist or something like that? Not exactly sure what that means, apart from trying to silence a person. But other than that, yeah, it would have been a very interesting thing to be part of.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Any further debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Oh, Councillor Patterson.
No, I've got a procedural motion after this.
Okay, we'll put the vote and then I'll come to your procedural motion, Councillor Patterson. Is there any dissent? No dissent. Declare it carried. Councillor Patterson, your procedural motion.
I'd like to notify council that I intend to put in a rescission motion on item number 11.1. And
well, Councillor Ferguson has already done that, so
he's already done that. Okay, thank you. And the other one was, and Mr. Mayor, I'll maybe leave this to you, about the win of the laneways painting art.
You want to
acknowledgement?
Acknowledgement. Yes,
council.
I would love to do that, but we've got a very important motion to get through before we get to that. Before I close at 4, we've got 10 minutes, and we're going into confidential, so I need a motion for that, please. Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Bain. Any dissent?
Oh, yes, that's right.
You've got the chair. There's a new chairperson. No, I declare it carried. We're now in confidential.
And for now. Thank you. In relation to the resolutions taken by council in closed session or earlier as part of the consensus motion in regards to item 12.1 legal matters, council resolved that council receives and notes the report. In relation to item 12.2, the audit and risk committee minutes, council resolved that council note meeting minutes from the audit risk and improvement committee 7th of February 2024 to the annual audit risk and improvement committee and internal audit report for 2023, and 3 productivity improvements from internal auditing 2019 to 2023. In relation to item 12.3 land acquisition, council resolved that council 1 delegates authority to the general manager to finalise the acquisition of lot 1 DP 12663874 for a price in line with the valuation amount, and 2, upon acquisition of lot 1 DP 12663874, classifies the land as operational land. And in relation to item 12.4, the confidential mayoral minute general manager's interim performance review, council resolved that council notes the contents of the general manager's interim performance review and awards the general manager the 0.5% federal government superannuation guarantee increase effective from 1 July 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. And as suggested by Councillor Patterson, I'd like to acknowledge the staff and the great work by the staff in promoting the Laneway Festival and the lane painting by artists throughout the community for us to win a gold award in that area. And so thank you to those staff, and I'm sure the General Manager will relay that on to those people, that the council as a group in. Yeah, thank you. And with that, I'll close the meeting unless you've got to say.
Let's close the meeting.
I'm closing the meeting now and wish you well on your travel.